Is that better? There we go. I have no idea. I have no idea. I think you can hear me now. That was rough. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I did nothing to change the sound. With echo? What do you mean with echo? I didn't even update OBS. What the hell? I don't know what to do. I did nothing. Yeah, 2 mics running. I can't see which ones. Test. I did nothing. Why is this doing this? Yeah, give me a second. I'll figure this out. Something is really not right. I didn't change anything. This... I don't know. No, it's not okay. I literally didn't update. I didn't do a darn thing since last stream. I have no idea what to do. It's only showing me one output device in... It's only showing one output device in OBS. The only active device is my mic aux. Okay, let me show all, unhide all, see what's, so there. Does the echo go away? Hello? Better. Fixed. It turned on the mic for this camera here. Okay, it can only get better from here, right? Let me get some coffee. Sorry about that, folks. That's 13 minutes of wasted time. I get it. That was not fun. I can understand if I hit the update button. If I hit the update, I haven't even rebooted this computer since last weekend. So I have no idea. Toes, thanks for being a member for 39 months. Wow. The cats are here. They're exploring. They're probably feeling the vibe in here of frustration. Greenbeard, how are you doing? Nurgolrod and 1066 and Rod. Hi Bill and Neil. Hi Redacted. Hi Kobe. How are folks? Hey John and Tuxedo. Fabrico Joe and Sir McSquishy. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but thank you for being patient and sticking around. Hey Phil. I'm more reluctant to update OBS than Clipper. This was just weird. It was more... I think this was more, I mean, the microphone thing was an OBS thing, but the camera, I know I did unplug the USB camera and plug it back in. I know it doesn't like that. But... Armor 3D Printing, thanks for being a member. Hi Andres, hi Aetherling, hi Jed, hey Andrew Rogers, thanks for the super chat for the No More Gremlins Fund, exactly. Thunder Keys, member for 29 months, thank you. Hitmaker Viking, hey Kaggle. Okay, let me turn this camera on and hope that doesn't cause a problem. What I did since last stream. So last stream we ended with attempting to do a dry fit of the ant head, tool head that we'll be using on here. So, and ran into a few issues, and then they updated all the files. So I have reprinted, and then I printed the wrong part. So I have the new part going right now, which is part of why I didn't discover the camera issue until the last second, because I was doing a last second print. So Liz, welcome. Thanks for being a member. Happy August. See you next month. Yep. See folks at 3D Printopia, Orange County Maker Faire, and Portland Vice. Lots of stuff coming up. I don't think I'm planning on doing the MMU buffer there, Nurgle. I don't know. I've heard of filament spool compatibility things, and there's so much printing and so little documentation. Let me know how it goes. If it goes well for you, maybe I'll consider it. Andrew, thanks for being a member. What's the black bag at the back? Oh, this? That's the enclosure for the Ortur diode laser. It was down here. I couldn't use it down there, and I thought I needed to use it the other weekend, so I rearranged things. I put it up here. The core one is right here. The lab oven is here, and then the Milo is here. And yeah, it's a little bit of rearranging a couple of weeks ago. Core one looks cozy with its jumper. Yes, yes. I can hit 65C depending on ambient. 60 to 65. The lowest I've seen it, I think, is 62 while it's printing. So, hey Skyrim. The sponsor, and I'll be there. Cool. Hey Scotty Dog. Okay. I have not used the Milo. I did cut some metal with it, but I need to catch up. That's the problem. I don't have idle time to play with projects, and I need to get there. I need to get there. Anyway, so let's go here. Let's talk about all these parts that are sitting here on the workbench that I've been messing with. We were test fitting the ant head and found out that the mount that I had printed is for the Galileo version of this, and I'm running the BMG version because I want to reuse the parts from my original build. Too many projects for number of hours in the day. Yeah. Problem is I have too many like foundational projects, like the shed, the little printer stand here. The projects themselves are, you coming up here? There you are. Are not too bad. I just need to get those done so I can play with the things I build. So, and then finding out that there doesn't really exist a tool head board for the Nighthawk 36 and the BMG or Mandible version of the tool head. So I made one. I took this file and I edited it. Well, actually it wasn't this file. There was a base one in there, but it wasn't correct. There was excuse me. There's an extra hole over here. And then I needed to figure out some mounting for the Revo PZ board. Oh, good job. Let's do that. Oh, already in frame and everything. So I spent some time last night modeling this and modeling a mount for the Revo PZ. So a couple of things I noticed when I was doing this. So this goes on here, right? And then let's grab these aren't the screws we're gonna use. We're gonna grab a screw here just to hold it in place. This time next week, you'll have kitties? Oh, that's exciting. That is very exciting. So that's and it's got nice extra mounting points for the Nighthawk. You can get access to the reset and boot switches. Just barely, but you can. But what I noticed on the other ones Maybe I shouldn't have put this on yet, but I'm still a little flustered, so I'm gonna take my time here. Take my time. Okay, so this is the original one. But what I noticed is when you take this overmolded cable and plug it in, there is a significant gap there. If you zip tie this, you're gonna be putting strain on that the whole time. So I decided to fix that. So we added a little support there. This is all first try parts, so no revisions. These are first print, so wish us luck. But yeah, when this goes on here now, this hasn't even been tested. You have a supported. It's not, when you zip tie that down, you're gonna be able to do it properly and not put strain on that. So. Is a Nighthawk cable designed to withstand high chamber temps? I don't think temperatures are the problem. And I know that they have made effort to use cable that is chain rated. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think. How have you been liking the PZ probe? I have had good luck with the PZ probe. I think similar to other probes that are out there, everything has its own set of configuration considerations, and I get the feeling that folks haven't either seen, maybe it's not easy enough to find, but the tuning documentation that's out there, if you follow it, then it works. I have it installed on 3 printers and about to be 4, and they work. So we're going to go through the configuration of it here. We'll be configuring it here. So hopefully if we run into any issues, we'll be able to go through the documentation to figure it out, and that might help folks. So, the Nighthawk is USB. Yep. So this is a USB board. Okay, back to this. So now we've got a, let's do a little mock-up here. Let's grab a thing. I organized all of the screws. I put them all in a spot, so I don't have to be digging through my X-tray there for which size is in which spot. So we're gonna do a mock-up here because I want to explain what I did as far as setting up things. So this is all on here, and then the tool head board goes there. This all sits on top of the ant head. Is there a mount for the Nighthawk 36 on G2 for stealth burner? Most of the stealth burner stuff uses a side mount tool head board. So if there is a mod out there, I'm not aware of it, but it probably exists. Personally, I avoid tool head PCBs in a heated chamber. Heated, but to what degree, Kobe? So, I get the sentiment, I get it. Okay, so now we got to figure out a place to put the, and I want to do something here, to put the PZ board. So this little, just sneak that over there. Hey Lewis, I'm planning to build a Tridex with a box turtle. What do you think will be my problems be? Any recommendation for tool head? Well, you're gonna have not problems, but you're gonna have lots of configuration stuff, macro things to work out. And there might be some efforts that are done in that. Okay, so we have this. I tucked the stepper wire out of the way. Now we have this little guy that we have to find somewhere for. If this was here, we can put it, I was thinking trying to put it underneath in between the carriage and the stepper, but you can't get to the little button that allows you to change the sensitivity. So what I did, I made this little guy, and this hasn't been test fitted. So we're gonna test fit it right now. So I made this little guy, and it tucks in to the side right here. It attaches to self-tapping screws. Hey, Marcel. So this is going to go in here. And let's see where those... See where those are. Oh, I might have to take this off. Hey, Ranch Kid. Hey, GTR Dad. I'm not paying nearly enough attention to Mr. there. Oops, wrong screwdriver. Okay, so those are all a little tight, but they're serviceable. So this threads in. Looks like my print has started. Just notice with the black and orange, is this dedicated? You know what? I didn't even think about that, Brent. That didn't even cross my mind. Didn't even cross my mind. It is simply because I wanted to use this orange, and then I thought the glass fiber ASA from Sirayatech was a good match with it. That's it. Okay, so that mounts on there just with two M2 self tappers. And then the, I think these are the screws the PZ came with. So I don't have enough room to use the 10mm self tappers to attach the board to the adapter here, but these little M2 screws that the board came with, I think will work. So this mounts on the side here. Not tuned in the stream for a while. How you doing? Hi, Vinny. I'm doing well. Okay, so now that mounts there. Has a little divot in there just to make sure you can get the tip of your finger in there to press the button. I didn't know if that was needed, but I thought it was fun to model. This is gonna go on here. Let's see if I have any trouble. I can still feel the frustration from earlier. Gotta let it dissipate. Okay. I designed that to be close. I wanted this board to be as high up as possible without interfering with the standoff. It should have, maybe it's a millimeter of clearance here, and then on the bottom side there's a millimeter clearance to sneak the ribbon cable through. But I think that's gonna work. So far, and it's not very, I mean, it's there on the side, but I mean, you also have a big old PCB on the back, so I don't think it's too bad. I think that'll work. That's good. And it's accessible. You can see all the setting LEDs right there. That's probably the most accessible one I've done. Now this is very specific to this whole combination here. I'll make the file available. And I just had, I mean, it's probably an obvious thought, but I think I'm gonna restructure the way I do files on my GitHub. I'm gonna do a stream repository, and then for each series, if I do any custom parts, I'll just put them into a descriptive folder. this will be the Micron R1 folder in there. And anything that I change that is asked for from the series, I'll put them in there. And I think that'll be easier to find as well. If you're going out there and you saw it in a stream, it'll be easier to see that than trying to figure out where it fits into some other folder system. And it'll probably mean that there's going to be some duplication if I use the same thing over, or I'll just have to put links to where I originally did it. So this is the what do they call it? Mandible. They call it the mandible tool head. It's the BMG guts version. Yep, you like being right in front of that camera, don't you? I'll leave it. I started yesterday, episode 40. What are you watching? What are you watching? Project Binky. Oh, I've seen a couple episodes of that, but for some reason, I've never gotten into it. Mandible, ants, yeah. I think I was talking to Hartk, and the original intent was they wanted it to be more symmetrical this way. So this pokes up, this pokes up. I think they could have got away with it if they had rotated the stepper and moved the mount up and down over here. Could have made it, but this is good. This is fine. Okay, so that's that. So if anybody's doing an ant head or whatever, there was a major round of revisions. There was an offset found, 0.4 millimeter-ish offset found that was corrected. So all of these, I don't think the extruder was impacted, but the hot end mount, the main body, and I think even the ducts, I reprinted all of these. So, and then I did get the LED diffuser and housings and everything printed. So we'll be good to go with that. I used the box turtle. I've been using the box turtle actually quite a bit the last few days because I've been using it for just to automate filament changes. I've been printing some skirts with the mesh behind it. So now I don't have to pay attention. I just run that through and it's been working pretty well. But yeah, this turned out pretty fantastic. For first, I mean, I have not had any issues with what I've thrown at it. I haven't thrown a lot at it, but this just works. It just worked. And I just went in and edited the model to make those inserts a separate body and then assigned them to an extruder. And I think that turned out pretty great. Hey, out of Adam. Hey, Rushmere. Little box turtle soon. I'm using our hex skirts. Awesome. So, anyway, we're going to use that. For this part, the part that comes in the files is I think it's three position Wagos. I'm not sure why. So I printed the version I have that's just 2 5s. That'll give me more flexibility in wiring. I was trying different build surfaces on this. I definitely like the textured surface better. This is a satin sheet. This is a textured sheet. It's definitely more consistent. So we're gonna use this one. Is the Micron kit you're building the announced LDO one? No. So this is an update for the Micron Plus 180 that I built from the LDO partial kit that Fabrico is offering, or was offering, still is offering, a couple of years ago. So Hartk has released R1 updates, and that's what we are doing. Now, I am going in line with a lot of the parts that the LDO kit is going to include. And the intent here is to do the build, and if anything comes out of it that's feedback for the various parts and whatever, then that'll be a benefit to Hartk and the project. So we've already found a few things that can be tweaked, manual revisions, stuff like that. So the upcoming kit will be a complete kit. Yes, it'll be a complete kit, and I think 2 or 3 months out. Do you happen to have inside info that you can share about when the Micron kits will be available? I don't have any inside info. I think Jason has been saying 2 to 3 months. I'm just regurgitating what he's said publicly. I haven't heard anything privately. Before I forget, we are giving away another Colony Clacker Micron Plus door kit today. Every stream in this series will be giving one away. That is US only. There are options there for whether you're outside the US or outside the US and going to ship to a US address. Outside the US is just for me to catch folks that aren't really paying attention, and we can re-roll those. If you are outside the US and you do choose a US address, let's respect Jason and LDO's need to be able to ship those to a US address. If you can provide a US address and Jason doesn't hear anything else, then that's fine, but don't ruin it for folks, or I'll take that away. And the Polymaker filament giveaway, that one's international. So, hey Hadron, it's the Oscar giveaway international. I don't know if anyone's not paying attention, Jose. Just gotta do my duty and plug the Leviathan 1.3 in the LDO support in case you don't want to use Clipper. Still need a pies. So rep firmware on the Leviathan 1.3 now. That's good. Do you have any tips for the Mark 4S to Core 1 conversion? Pay attention to the belt stuff. Equal lengths on the belts. Other than that, there were a couple other gotchas. But probably more than I can take time to go over right now. All covered in the stream. Okay. We need to figure out why that's like that. And where do we want to go from here? We're going to do wiring. We are waiting for a part to print on Anthead. So let's bring the printer over here. That's where that part is. Okay, so I had all this stuff on here as kind of the test fit. This is the, oh, I didn't put all those heat sets in. This is the old part. We cover the new Inertia i3 printer LDO kit as well when they come out. I don't know. I wasn't aware that LDO was coming out with an Inertia 3D printer. If any of you have been around a while, you've heard my friend Dana. We built the Fizetic V0 on a stream series a little while ago. He's a coworker, and he and I started, well, when we first met, we got together and were building Hypercube Evolutions. And we were building Hypercube Evolutions, and he is still using his, although it's not working very well for him anymore. He has the Zesty Nimble remote extruders. He has a PCB, 300 millimeter PCB bed, one of those old things. It really just needs a refresh. And the Inertia, Inertia i3, I don't know about that, but isn't the Inertia Cube, looks like a really good platform to base an update off of. So we've been talking lately about going through and updating his printer to that, and since I have all the parts, I may build one as well. So Okay, so those are off. This caught me. So the reason that I have to print a part is because I printed the wrong one. Printed this one. And I think that uses M3 heat sets because that's about the size. However, the fan that goes in here doesn't have M3 holes in it. You need 2.5s. So I don't know if that's actually size for a 2.5 heat set, but I don't have them anyway. So I had to reprint that. I need to reprint the one that uses the thread into plastic here, and it's printing right now. Inertia cube i3, same thing. The i3 is the short name. Oh, okay. I see. i3, I think a bed flanger, like the Prusa i3 or the Mendel i3 or whatever. Lagging stream issue. I don't know. Let me see. What's our thing? Stream settings, stream health. It's all healthy and it's nothing in the log. Too small is not an issue. Finding the M3 drill bit is the issue. I didn't want to drill it out. Well, and then the other thing is, so this cover goes over that, and it has some space on the back for the screw heads, but not enough space for an M3 button head. I'd have to find some, so if I had any wafer head or whatever, that's not enough space. So this wouldn't be able to go on, I think. So anyway, we're gonna get on to this part. This is the layout we settled on last time. We put the power plug in. That's nice and neat. Now we need to go through, and now that I have this, which I didn't have last time, that's gonna go there, and power is just gonna jump over to here, and then it's going to go to all of the inputs and outputs, and I'm looking at an inertia cube. Just me, but I'm here in advance so I don't get added to the Polar Ted Club. Simon. Oh. Okay. Let's just get moving. Let's see what I have. Where's my box from the old? I want to reuse as much as I can from the previous build. That includes wire that's already at the correct lengths and all that stuff. I have the panels here, printed parts there, the bed there. What do I have in here? That's all that stuff. And here is the old setup. Hey, Mike. Okay, this is the box of old stuff. So let's go through here and see what we have. This is actually from I think that's from that's from something else. I wonder how those got in there. I'm pretty sure these are for Trident or something. Oh, did you find, here's stuff that you want to play with. A bunch of wire here. So those can probably be used, even if I need to cut them down, at least I'll have them. These are going to be stepper wires. Hey, Killer Prince. How was your stream? For anybody that doesn't know, Killer Prince streams starting about 3 hours before I start. Is usually done about the time I start. What was the Nighthawk temp rated to? That's a good question, the GPs. I know there's a value out there, I just don't know it offhand. Those are all Z stuff. What I'm really looking for is what power wires I can utilize and reuse. get all these out and together. This board, as far as I can tell, is bad, but I don't know why. Old EBB 36, I think. Yeah, that was the old electronics setup, along with a U2C. Some fans we're probably going to want to use for the side skirts. I don't think we might need that for SSR wiring. Okay, I think that's good. Let's put all this stuff away and we'll grab these. 65C? No, it's not. They might quote 65C chamber temp as a limit, but they're not going to quote that. It's an RP 2040, so it's probably going to be rated to 80 something. Isn't that the RP 2040? It'll be whatever that chip limit is. So, okay, well, I've got a bunch of wire here, and we can look at what is going to make sense as far as separate these out. So we have Z steppers are going to go there because that's where they want to go. This is all stuff that when LDO does a kit on this, they'll do for you. They'll probably be too long and you'll have a bunch of extra wire to deal with, but it's better too long than too short. This is a UHP. This is a 200 watt UHP power supply. USB hubs and EPUs that limit temps. CMCs are usually either way higher or self-clocking. Max temp is arbitrarily set as it clocks down. Oh, okay. Hey, Murph. Okay, so this was an SSR wire because in a similar fashion, it was probably close to that. Okay. What we can probably do as well is get the bed mounted here so we have an idea on what routing goes in here for that. We can get it plugged in. Wire stretcher has been on back order. Yeah, so we can get everything. If we get the bed on here, then the only wire that we won't have kind of sorted is the umbilical coming from the tool head, and I guess the A and B steppers. But let's get the bed on. Okay, good. Let's put the bed on here. We've got, I think, were these what I used? Yeah, it must be. Spacers for the bed. The 120 volt, 180 watt. Hey, Raj. So Raj, the whole reason that I do the filament giveaways, I started doing those immediately, is because I tend to forget if I don't do things right away. And so although I have done it, your email, your colony clacker email went to Jason 2 days ago. So if you were wondering why you hadn't heard from Jason, it's my fault. Okay. Let's put this over here. What size screws are we going to need for this? So we have this spacer. So I think that is going to be about 20 millimeter. I think that is probably going to be just about perfect. 20 millimeters socket head. These? Oh, that's 18 for some reason. Oh, you got an email yesterday. Jason's on it. Jason's far more on it than I am. That's good. Hey, One Solid Cube. Okay, so those. And then some square nuts. Actually, this uses hex nuts. That's fine. Oops, not those. Eclipse, thank you for the gifted memberships. How much smaller is a 120 micron build in total footprint? Well, it should be right at 60 millimeters smaller. I think the over all the other dimensions required are the same. So put some of these in little carriers. What's up, buddy? Is it treat time? Is that what you're trying to say? You know, I know that I have been poor on missing treats on some streams. I need to get better at making sure I remember. It's attention time. So true, Bill. So true. Why isn't only Oscar on the latest streams? It's not. Here, oops. There we go. There's Felix. He's being liquid now. Go. You need to build some 3D printers with a hand on print head, just for Scratch the Cat. Yes. That would be good. Check in again when hum. See ya. See ya, Rush. You would ate him or something. Oh no. So it is definitely turned into Oscar. Anytime I'm out here on my own, they both come and visit, but more frequently Oscar is he's very much, he knows this is where the treats are. So every time he comes out here, he's hopeful of getting treats. Okay, want to kind of place these. How far apart do these need to be? About 165 millimeters. So let's place these. Probably relatively close. This. Do they also go to other rooms in the house? Oh yeah. They are all over the place. Up. It's these guys on here. I'm gonna have to move these just a bit that way. Seem like he has a large body and a small. Oh yeah, it does. Holy moly. Hey, East Power Engineering. How are you? Okay, let's hold these up out of the way. And get a couple of these. This is always a little bit of a trick, getting this stuff on. See how we do. That one's right on. That one's right on. They do use knurled thumb screws, yep. The recent CAD has 15mm PCB standoffs to give room for the R1 bed fans and filter. Oh, well that's a good thing to know, Doug. We're gonna check that. Appreciate that. Get this in here, but not. I hit all of them at least. Let's check that. So what do we have? Let's bring up the CAD. Micron. That is good timing. Hi, Keith. Oh, this is still loading. We might get some stuttering. So I usually, for a project like this, any of these files that are split out are ones that I had to modify. So this A drive pinned, I'm certain, I would guess that it's fixed. We can check. A drive pin, I had to modify this lower mount for the Z chain. I switched its direction. The rear exhaust I modified, and then the stuff I worked on yesterday. But if we go in here and let's just get panels out of the way, close this. So, oh boy, we're gonna lose some Z volume, but that's okay. I don't use it. Gotta go for dinner. See you, Marcel. Scott, how are you? What is the distance here? There to, oh, that's good enough. 16.2 millimeters. Let's try that again. There to there. 16 millimeters. 16. And we're looking at the distance from here to the top of that is only 6 millimeters. So are we concerned about the heat? Probably. Could be. So just the question is, with the bed so close to these fan parts, at what point are we going to get some issues with temperature? It does seem like a lot here. And we've got, I think these are 10 millimeters, right? Yeah. So we're only going to have 4 millimeters. What would be the best application to make changes to an STL? Depends on the kind of changes, Christian, and the complexity of the STL. I like to use Fusion for changes, but it can be a pain. I just did install the bed fan. I mean, it's a 180 millimeter cube space. I just print them in pets. Yeah. Let's bring this over You are so needy. There we are. Yep, and yep. Okay, so that is a fan. Goes on there, and that's going to have that much space. The bed was resting right on the fan casings with the bakelite that came with the FormBot kit. Okay. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He is just soaking it up. Print them. Maybe else might not like the bed. So what I think we're going to do, since there is clearance, it'd be good to know if it is a problem. Let's do it. We got 4 millimeters of space. I say we leave it. I say we leave it, knowing that I'm pretty sure that Hartk has a V2 version of these. Brent. I'm now commuting 1,800 miles for work every weekend. The fan should cool the ABS as long as you're running them. So if anybody saw the Nevermore setup out of my blue V2, the fans never ran and it got quite melty. Quite melty. What was I gonna say? The only thing I don't like about this whole setup, and it's nearly unavoidable, is that you just have space for debris to fall into the fan. Hard to, I don't know what the alternative is, so. Does he sit on your shoulders? He does not. The Felix likes, if I'm bending down looking for something and Felix is in the area, he might jump up on the back, but hey, Wick Central. Okay, we're gonna leave it. We are, it turns out that the FormBot kits out there have shorter standoffs for the bed, so it's a larger issue with those. We have 4 millimeters of space. We're gonna go for it, and we're going to figure out if that's a problem or not. Could always do like mesh screen on the fans. Yeah, but then you're causing noise and restricting flow. These have a, is it? There's one. These are not any kind of mesh. These are gonna go on there. That'll keep fingers out of them, but. No fails, where does the debris come from? Are you doing the Nevermore filters? No, oh, I do have the Nevermore filter thing. I do have that. I printed all the parts for it. This thing. I printed all the parts. That is a good point. If we're going to do this, then we need to put it in before we put the bed in. Yeah, that's a good point. Because I kind of wanted to. Okay, let's do that. Side quest. Side quest. Without a manual, we get to pick our own path to. Oh, I don't think I printed the top to that. Did I print the top to this? Let's look at what we need. Let's look at what we need. Let's go in here. Just, there we go. Bed assembly out. So, whatever this thing is. What is this? Is that a, oh, is that a key? Cartridge removal key. Okay. I know why I didn't print these. I didn't print these because I was going to do these on the box turtle as well. Does the Nevermore fit underneath? Is that this? Is this what you mean? This fits. How does this all go in? Maybe we can do some of this, not all of it. Because I have this, this piece here, that's printed. It looks like it needs to screw in and then screw in. Need to get access to fill with media. Well, this comes out. This front cartridge is what gets filled with media. And I'm honestly not gonna put media in it. You check the fans, is the Nevermore taller? No, it's not. This is not taller. And I kind of, that didn't even, I knew just in the back of my mind, I knew that wasn't gonna be a clearance issue. This is basically the same height as the, oh no, it's not. It's taller than the extrusions, but. Okay. Side quest did not last very long. What's going to happen is I'm gonna have to just take the bed off later and we'll install this later. So that's it, scrapping and building wage stinger. But what this does highlight is that I can probably put this piece in for wire lengths, put this in for wire lengths, and not have to have the bed on here and the additional weight of the bed. So let's look at what that looks like. If we grab that piece, where is it? There it is. This guy. How does this work? BF and F. What is BF and F? Is this all for? Oh, this isn't for the bed. So the bed still needs its own. Okay, let's do this. That'll be a better view of what I'm gonna do next. Let's take this off. You know what I think would be handy, would be really handy, is, and I'll probably print some, I think for, especially for the bed here, bed fan, and fan. Bed fan, fan. Filter. Bed fan and filter. There's only there's one fan here. There's a fan here. Anyway, I was saying a spacer to put in here to set this distance, because that's not going to change. You could slide a little printed part in there and then just push the nuts to the ends, and they're gonna, at least they're gonna line up in that direction for the putting the bed in. I think I'll do that for next time. It's just the filter and fans. Okay, so that's not, but we still need to figure out, that goes in there. This goes into there, and then this, okay, so that's gonna go right about there. If we wanna keep that near the front, or do we want it to overhang and go all the way? That way we can really grab it. Oh, it does overhang in the CAD, so that's gotta go right there. I don't know what B, well, there's BF and F. Plus BF and F. There are little printed parts that hold the standoffs on printables. Oh, for these, yeah. I think what I'm going to do is model just some strips that go in there, and then use some square nuts directly up against those strips. Best friend forever. There are a couple of parts here in the CAD. What do we got going on here? This is Micron filter assembly. This is kind of a hard view here. Let's isolate that. There we are. And there's a couple of parts in this Wago mount. So there's a 2 position and a 3 position. That's what's going on. But what is, and why is that different? There's another one in here. What else is in here? Because this isn't the file I printed. This is not the file that was exported. So the STL doesn't match. The STL does not match the CAD file. Let's get rid of the plan. What is this? Just trying to figure out where is this just one file? Yeah. That's just that guy right there. Which is the more up to date? Which is the more up to date? It's all labeled the same. Everything else looks, oh, so the one I printed doesn't have these extrusion index pieces. See, it's smooth on the side. There's only one body. And if we go out to, let's see here. This is colony clacker stuff. Let's go to here. This is the ant head manual, which has been updated. It's been actively worked on recently. Printers for ants, Micron, STLs, miscellaneous, filter, and the plenum. Yeah, there's a compact mount. What is this? Okay, so I did print these. If you didn't want the Wago stuff, you can mount it with just these pieces. And then plenum is the big part, it should be. Hey, Tux. And where's the other? Oh, Wago mount. Oh, okay. Wago mount with bed fans. Bed fans. Filter fan, bed fans. I think. But as you can see, oh shoot, I was on the wrong thing. The STL doesn't match the CAD. So then I wonder which is the more up-to-date one. But I do know that Hartk is rewatching these. So hopefully, as I just say stuff, if it's appropriate, notes will be taken, and just want to make sure I have the latest CAD as well, RC5. I think that's the CAD I'm working off of. Yes, R1 RC5. Just jumped in and say hi and give you a like. Gonna watch later. Cryptic, thanks for being here. Hey, buddy. I bumped you with my knee. You be nice and just lay down. So then, that doesn't make sense. What am I missing? That does not make sense. Oh, I see. I see. So we have a common, but that doesn't have enough wires. RC5 has only recently been created from what I can tell. Yeah, I just don't know what's changed in the CAD, if that's the most up to date. So if this is for your power, so you put power in here, you have a 2 position, so you say stand back, something is hitting the floor. Yeah, he's in position. So if this is 24 volts or 5 volts, whatever your fans are, and then you have signal for bed fan and signal for filter fan. I know it's PWM'd, but there's not enough wires here. Unless you're expected to, splice your wires before they get here. Because we've got the bed fans, and the bed fans, so we've got these guys, and this is going to take a 50-15. Let me grab a fan. We're figuring stuff out. We're figuring stuff out. I'm gonna grab this and this, I think, and a fan. Do I have a fan? Do I have a fan? Do I? Oh, well, obviously I do. I just got to figure out. Oh, there's the fan box. There's the fan box. Let's just grab a fan. I think it probably needs to be deshrouded. So this guy, aha, that is, okay. Ooh, okay. That goes there. Nope, 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 backwards. That's gonna go in. Okay. So what I would say, do these need to be deshrouded? I can't really tell, but definitely the spots for the tabs could probably do with being much larger to accommodate different fans, because these vary. I know these little tabs vary. Now we can cut those off. But let's see also. Yeah, they are deshrouded. So they are deshrouded. That's fine. Do I have any that are, any that I have that are deshrouded are also going to have the ears cut off for the, here. Are also going to have the ears cut off. But we're test fitting. We're test fitting. But even so, it looks like, I mean, this is a huge problem in stealth burner dev and stuff, is finding the right shape that fits all the fans. This doesn't fit this Sun-On. Just the general shape isn't correct. So that's tweaking the housing of the fan, putting that in there. So what I would suggest is tweaking this shape around here, especially if you're going to use the mounting ears, because those seem to line up. The rest of this can be a little more open, I think. Scrap it, build the stinger. It doesn't need to be, well, I mean, for For the airflow, I don't know. This is going to go on like that and then screw in from the bottom. I don't know how much with a big hammer. I've got quite a bit that I can still push that fan down, but it's not a good fit. Let me find 2 fans that we're going to actually use for this, and we'll just deshroud them and figure all that. I'm just going to use 2. Oh, here's a GDS time. Let's see if the general shape is even correct before I deshroud one. So here's a GDS time that's been in a... Yeah, this shape is just not right. There's something wrong with that shape. Oh no, that one goes in, but it's, see, so it's already been, I think it's already been set up to accommodate multiple fans. I might have just grabbed, maybe the sun-on is just a weird one. Just the particular, oh yeah, there's, you can tell right there is different. Sun-on is just weird. Hey, Joe. Hey, Ella. Oh, what was that? There's some jitteriness. Okay, so that would go on there. We know that the GDS time fan, it appears, fits. Hey, Zarp. Ella, thanks for being a member. So that appears to fit. When we deshroud that, I think it'll just fit in there. Where was I at? Where was I at? What was I doing all this for? Okay, so we have fan wires coming in. What I think I'm going to do is remodel this to use 2 of these. That way I don't, maybe even just 1 if I'm going to do it just for this. If I did 2, I could incorporate 1 for the bed thermistor. Actually, I would need 4. I need 1 with 4 of these, and I know I have 1. No, that won't work. That's just straight power. We need, never mind, that won't work. Okay. I don't like that. I think we need 3 of these and just take them back to ports on the, don't worry about common, power or whatever. Because I don't really want to combine the wires for these. I'd rather have it come straight from there and just plug in. That makes it a lot more serviceable. If these end up getting tied together, then they have to come out as a unit. Hey, my print finished. Because this would mean bringing power from the board, and then you just have 1 output each. So, okay. I think 3 of these is the way to go. 1 for each fan. And these could be mounted pretty easily, just like that. or even along the back like that. Keep it all low profile. 3 of those will fit across there. What do you guys think? And then then I could even label it filter, and then bed fan 1, bed fan 2. Hey, bittered printer. As they are Wagos, could you just twist the ends together and poke it in one hole? It just doesn't seem clean. It doesn't seem right to me. Are the side fan cables even long enough? You might need a Y-splitter extension anyway. Yeah, I get that. I'm gonna have to extend them anyway, but I'd rather they be individually removable. I'd rather they be individually removable. Yeah, we just don't have enough without combining wires and making it a little bit of a pain to maintain. I think I want to use these. And I just have one for each fan that's being controlled. We could run a 3 for the bed fans and just run them in parallel, right? If we run them in parallel, it should still PWM properly, right? They can be if the splitter has JST females. Pierce wire is currently number 2 on printables trending. Nice. Very nice. I could do that. I could just use these 2 adapters I have right here. One for the bed fans, one for the thing. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Ugh. I will remix this and reprint it. Another thing to put out there. I will remix that for these. You know, these little adapters are available all over the place. So let's do that. Which means we're back to I need to make good progress. This is finished printing though. So let's grab this. I know I'm feeling a little squirrel brain today. Quite squirrel brained. I don't think it helps with the way the stream started, but I think we're gonna shift gears again and get the ant head sorted. There's a race to build serial number 2. Just gonna clean the front of this off. I believe we have what we need to get ant head on here. So why don't we do that? First is a good break. I know Felix is sleeping, but he'll wake up for this. Let's do treats because Oscar has been very, very patient. Let's do some treats real quick. You're back to doing load cells now? Awesome. I am very much looking forward to checking that out. Let's do treats because Oscar has been, this is what he's been waiting for. You want some treats, Felix? Come down here. You wake up for treats, Oscar, or Felix? There you go. Felix hasn't been taking them straight from my hand recently. That's good. Very good. You're aggressive. It woke me up for treats. I took too long. Oh, and it's not showing. I didn't have a good camera angle there. I guess that means you get more treats. Ready? Ow! I don't blame you. It's not your fault. I was teasing. Oh, dropped it. Good job, guys. Okay, let's do, we got to do some heat set stuff, so let's do that. Do that again, you'll lose a finger. 2 licks, then chew. Yep. As long as I can get them to just do the licks. How many heat sets are we going to need? We're going to need 2 in this part. Then we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this part. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Is that all I need? This next bit to move forward. So this already has heat sets in it that it needs. I put them in the fan shrouds. Oh, I found out something about the fan shrouds we'll cover when I get back to that as well. This orange is so fantastic. There we go. Get it to where we can hold it. Stuff in the way. Let's try that. Get it to where it's easier to hold straight. Straight down. Hey, babies. Check out the new Hotend manual. It's great. Yeah, I was going to open it. I know they've been working on it. Yeah. Okay, so that is the main ones on here. We still have the 2 that go in here and here. And last time we used the CNC Kitchen heat set removal tool to install them. This time we're going to use a different method. But while we're here, we'll do this one. So one goes inside here. The hot end mount needs 2 additional heat sets, 1 per side. There. Make sure it's flush. Okay, so that one's done, and then we need 2 more in this guy. So what I'm going to do is, instead of using use my iron here, I've got a larger tip that I use for this. Get this, turn it down. I think I'm about 450 Fahrenheit. Do the same thing. Start threading this in with a screw, but then I'm going to basically see this like this. I'm putting tension pulling back on that, and then I'll heat up the heat set from this side. Maybe we can just hold that like that, use the iron to push it in, and then we'll trying to keep that going straight. Grab the screw here and pull it flush. Stainless screw, so it doesn't transfer heat, conduct heat quite as well as if we used a regular steel screw. There we go. And I'm only putting a few threads. I'm not threading that all the way in because I want to minimize that that heat transfer to the screw. Do we know if the LDO or form-bot kit for this use screws or pins for the bearings? I don't know. I decided to use pins just because it gives me an opportunity to try something different from what I normally do in builds. I'm not a big screws are evil person. Okay. That is in. And that was, I would say that that was easier than using the other removal tool. So notice the level of attention I'm getting from Oscar has decreased. Okay, there's some stuff here. So let's go to the ant head instructions. Make sure that, where is Oscar? Okay, he's just around playing, doing something. That's fine. Ant head instructions, assembly manual. Let's bring up, let's close this. Micron, so let's go back to printers for ants and ant head and documentation. Documentation has been updated as of 2 hours ago. So half an hour before I went live is when it was updated. Started to print on the Trident, had to turn up the volume 10 steps. How you doing, Slunky? Download this. Where are we saving? Save as. Go there, that's fine. Just throw it here in the Micron. Hot off the press. Now let's open it. Okay. Hey, Ref. How are you? Let me get this big. 8/3/2025. What happens if they update it again today? What's the new version? Oh, you guys are time to explore. This information. So we started going through this last week. So now we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Testing things does take a lot of time. Yep. Part prep. These renders are so good. These are renders. This is ridiculous. How good this looks. .1. You put in, why not put in the hour? Nothing says permanent like molten plastic and brass. Okay, let's keep going. So this is the Galileo tool head heat sets. So the G2 version. Very on point with the renders. Okay, and then a removable support there. They're smart, they just wait until a new day to release the fixed version. All that stuff. We did all this for the mandible tool head, but okay, so we got the heat sets there. Not using the leaf cutter version, so there's no built-in support to remove. We put those heat sets in, and then our fan would need drilled out to use M3, so I reprinted that part to use M2.5, depending on the 2510 fan you use. So ours, like I said, you could either drill them out. I think there's enough room there to drill that out, but it wouldn't fit under the shroud anyway, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a gap there. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about. So the default setup for all of the parts now is to accommodate if you're using the leaf cutter or not. So a filament cutter. So, and if anybody is in the know and I get some detail here wrong, then let me know. So it uses a M2 heat set that you drill out with a 2mm drill bit. This is good for when you need to have a filament cutter. But they have you doing this regardless. I may have these heat sets that are required in some of my parts. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to drill out all of the parts to 4mm. And I'm going to run a PTFE tube all the way through. Hopefully, I don't find out that there's some install process, something in the install that would keep it from being able to be assembled at that point. But I don't think so. So like here, for instance, this part, that is designed so that your tool head or your extruder mounts up here. And now you need a little piece of PTFE that's going against a non-indexed point here, which does have a good chamfer. you can skip the heat set. Right, but now you're introducing 1, 2, I mean, at least 2 points where your filament can get caught up. So you've got a spot here, and then you've got a spot here where it can get caught up. So what I'm going to do is drill this out to 4 millimeters, and then we're just gonna have one piece of PTFE going all the way through from the hot end into the extruder here. So otherwise you would put an M2 heat set there on this side and an M2 heat set here on this side. And you need a flanged one. There's a flanged heat set you need. It's fine, especially if you ever think you might want to add a filament cutter to this, but I don't expect to, and I'm okay with reprinting stuff if I do. And then skip the heat set and do the PTFE, it's in the manual. Did they put that in the manual? Because I was chatting about this. I wonder if let's see, cutting, no blade, no problem. If you are not using the leaf cutter, it is recommended to drill out the filament path. Hey, there we go. Exactly what I was planning on doing. And I get the aversion to having a bunch of different parts out there, depending on what very specific little chain or configuration you're going to be using. It's hard to judge when enough is enough for that. So let's see, be careful. You're going to want to push the heat set from the bottom side of the top surface. To do this, you'll have to use your heat set tool at a bit of an angle. These, I think, using the screw method I talked about. You could heat the heat set with a regular insert tool. Would have thought the no cutter would have been the default. I get it, Neil. I get it. That might have been my default as well, but that's okay. It's not project breaking. There's a flanged M2 heat set that gets installed in the filament. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything else here before we move on. Already did those, did that. And then this is the 2020 carriage. So this is something that's been added, is the printer for X carriage that I'm using. This wasn't in the manual before, and it is called out. And then the 2020 carriage stuff. And then that's all the heat sets. So then we get into the 2 different carriages. So let's get this thing drilled out and fit for some PTFE. So I had some PTFE right in. I had even some Capricorn I was going to use for the. This will work. This will work to get things fitted. Okay, just a piece of PTFE. So we're gonna test fit all of these. So this, yep, that goes right up into there. So that's, could even be a little tighter fit, but that's okay. That could be print settings too. And then this one goes up to that point. So that fits in fine. Obviously fits there, and then this isn't going to. So this is the part that really needs to be drilled out. This is my 4mm reamer. Kit quality is fine, no issues with the parts. Just confirm. Yep, 4. So I'm just gonna run this up up through there, but we're also going to need a 4mm drill bit. Do I have a 4mm drill bit? Oh no, where did it go? This is metric. Yes, this is metric. Overkill, but. And the drill. We'll just go straight to the overkill. Oh, napping. It's hard to find inch stuff in here. All of my wrenches are metric. I have maybe one, like a 1/2 inch wrench. Almost everything here is metric. Okay, so we'll just do this. So we're just gonna go very slow. My finger looks like it's close, but it's nowhere close. Reamer through that. Still needed. So that should be good. I know you're messing with me. It's all good. Likewise. So now the question is, how tall is that? Okay, non-metric toolkit today in EU store. Wow. What I want to make sure I don't do is end up drilling this off center. So because this is just plastic, I think I'm actually going to ream it from this side. It's gonna more grind it away than actually drill, but I wanna see how this is gonna work because I think that might be, get this very much, and I really should use my drill press for this. Well, that gets me a good start. I hit the smaller part where it's just pushing on the end, but it gives me a better start than I had. You're right, Kaggle. That would be a good solution as well. But I'm guessing that this is all going to be fine. There. Now I have a lot more confidence. And you can see that's right in the middle of the flange hole that was there. So absolutely, putting it all together and drilling it at once would ensure that everything is good. This aside. Now we can confirm everything is good. Which way does this go? Right like that. This will go there. Oop. We need to ream this the rest of the way out. Local stores have no clue. $2 for an M3 by 35 in their specialty screws section. Yeah. Oh. Now this, the clearance inside this mount, I think it's going to tighten down fine, but it doesn't set in there. I think it's a little tight because this gets printed like this, and the overhangs up there might be, yeah, you can see where it's touching. Maybe I can work a little, kind of ream it with the file here along the sides. Let's see if that goes in a little better now. I think when I screw that in, yeah, that's a tight fit. But it goes in. Nope. Yeah, whatever. That goes through there. That goes there. There. Okay, that little modification is done, so now we can move on. This down here. Okay. It's dangerous to go alone. Take the right carriage. We did that. I'd really like to see more use of square nuts. Tool heads, emotional support bumper. Oh, we're doing sensorless on this. Then the little, I printed a bracket back here, but I think this might be new. Oh, this is probe mounts. But doesn't that go to the front? Doesn't that mount to the, tying this to the back of the fan shroud sounds like a good idea. Hey, Lewis. Anyway, let's move on. That's all probe stuff. This is all 2020 X carriage stuff. Okay, hot end. To attach a hot end mount to the carriage assembly. That's 2020 stuff. Revo goes in there. And fan. So we're basically assembling this thing on printer. Just skimming through here. I want to kind of go through and then do we got the LED assembly. Place LED carrier, space over the diffuser. And then the wires go up and through. There's a channel there, but there is also, this is for the hot end fan. That's why. Yeah, there's a new feature on this one. This is part of the updates, is a little channel here for the hot end fan, which means we need to cut out a little built-in, we need to cut out this little spot here, which is a couple of sacrificial layers. Hey Juan Carlos. It's been a while. We're doing well. Okay. Then we get the grill in there. And then that goes on there. I think all of this is applicable to either carriage style. I don't think it goes, is it delidding the fan? I don't think it goes into specifics per carriage. So yeah, okay. So let's go up here, and we're gonna need to build a LED harness. Sorry for all the scrolling. Okay, here we are. So we can put the hot end mount on. Hot end mount on. All of this is prepped. Let me do a little more work on this for that. Let's see where it did that. I'm gonna do a little more work. I think a little revision on this part might be a good thing. I think see all the plastic that's trying to be pushed out of the way when the Revo goes on. So just gonna trim. Just gonna scrape to get any extra. That works. Okay. Oh, geez. It is still a very tight fit. Where is it tight? It doesn't want to go in. And is it tight on the sides? Looks like it might be hitting right there. That's an interesting. Try this side as well. There's a little bit here that looks like it could be. Anybody else put one of these together with a Revo? Did he have problems with fit? Did you just tighten down the screws and have it pull it into place? Am I missing something? Pulled into place. Was it tight though? Could you tell? Just kind of using the squared off end of my file here to just kind of gouge some clearance there. Because I want it to be a sharp, relatively sharp end. There we go. Get all the debris out of there. There's a tiny difference between the LDO Revo heatsink and the E3D. Oh, well, that. Aha. That snapped in. So it is tight on the sides as well, on the curved side. Yeah. Let's do a little more. I'm gonna grab I think I can grab a LDO. Pex Peppers. Everybody say happy birthday, Pex Peppers. His birthday was middle of last week. We said we'd do it twice. Woo! There we go. It still kind of snaps into place, but I'm good with that. Let's make sure if that goes, yep, that goes all the way through. Yep. I have this and got both right here. So let's pull this apart. Difference between the LDO and E3D Revo is just the connectors on the wires for the heaters. That's what I'm thinking, but we're gonna look at the dimensions here. I'm gonna pull these apart anyway. This is the one that was on this printer. There we go. There's that one. We may need these back, so. And, pull this one off. I told Steve I was getting a new car with an insured. When I unlocked the door, opened, and two 10mm sockets rolled out. Okay, let's pull all this out. Let's go ahead and, oops, that's not the side I wanted to pull off. Pull this side off. There we go. I gotta figure out which heat sink I'm using, or which heater I'm using anyway. I need to, there we go. Okay, so we have the bare heat sinks. So all the varieties. These are from E3D, from LDO. I think they're all machined in the same spot. I think LDO just gets some custom anodizing. So if we snap this thing in, it goes in basically the same way. Not a snap, but this one. Yep, they both have that little tiny catch right there. See that? It catches and then pushes past. So I suspect they're all going to be the same dimensions. Measure across the flats. We're right at 0.04. Yeah, there is some differences. Not much, but I bet you if you measure a bunch of these, you might see the same similar differences. 18mm. Yeah, they're all basically the same. And we'd need multiples of each design, each color to be able to see if that's a thing. So this is a piezo sensor in here, and this is the connector for it. Tina. It's effectively a vibration sensor. Could be prepped before because LDOs have a bead blasted finish. And these do not. It's not, I believe piezo acts on impact, or an impact, not just load. It's not a load cell. So you use the PZ probe in your build. How are you dealing with the oozed filament on the nozzle tip during print start? I just, I use the same 150-degree probing as on a tap or whatever, and then just make sure it's clean. Okay, so all this goes together, right? And we're working, I'm planning, and on my tool head, the PZ probe is on this side, but I think I want it to come up this other side. How does that work? So if it comes up the other side, where is the wire path? Because I want it to go underneath the stepper, and this gives me all this area if I need to. If it'll even reach. It might have to go the other way. Maybe it will. That'll be easier. Let's take it the other way. Let's take it here. And then it will sneak up through here, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Piezo is a mechanical stress, like a knock or a bump. Yeah. So it's effectively fundamentally a little different than a strain gauge. Oops, that's still on. Fan. Okay. Let's get the fan going. Not a level change. Piezo generates a pulse output, not a level change. Okay. I can see the difference there. So the idea here now is, instead of putting the fan in like this with the wires coming over here and then they'd pass through this channel, now you move this to, I think, here, and then the wires can go straight up and through this piece. I don't know if it would be better to go here and then over and up. I think I might try that. Let's put this PZ probe on though. And I think I can do all this before I actually put it in the printer. It seems a little easier. And then we need to figure out how long we need the PTFE tube. Piezoelectric sensor is a device that uses the piezoelectric effect to measure changes in pressure, acceleration, temperature, strain, or force by converting them to electrical charge. Press or squeeze are versatile tools for measurement of various processes. They are used for quality assurance, yada yada. What is the piezoelectric effect? It's the electric charge that accumulates in certain solid materials such as crystals, certain ceramics, biological matter, in response to applied mechanical stress. Okay. So then a sensor, let's see, does it have anything down here? The way piezoelectric material is cut depends on one of its three main operation modes. Anyway, if anybody wants to look this up, there's that Wikipedia page. Pressure also qualifies as mechanical stress. That's what I would interpret from that, yeah. These loose for now. Building an ant head has been the only thing in the entire 3D printing industry that has frustrated the heck out of me. I'm expecting to get frustrated. There are decisions in compromises on any design, right? And in this one, aesthetics was a high priority, which is cool. It looks good. Let's make sure that's reasonably going all the way through. And I think that doesn't matter. That's the flatter end. So now let's get in here. Ball end. Tighten this up. So another question is, I remember a lot of my toys as a kid had piezo speakers. And I think folks were using those for probing in 3D printing at one point, right? Or effectively those. Okay, so that goes there, and we're searching for length at this point. So if that goes there, and then the distance, here, let's just grab one of these. That goes in that far, and if actually let's take one of these as a shorter piece as a sacrifice. Use this other short piece as a sacrificial PTFE piece. That goes in there, and if I score this right on the, right there, I'll be able to measure that distance, which is not much. It's right at exactly 7 millimeters. So these bolt together, they're effectively flush to each other. There's no gap there. So we need whatever this is plus 7 millimeters, or what this is here. Oh, that piece is tight. Yeah, that is way too tight. What is up with that? Just different PTFE. The PC speaker in computers was piezo for a long time too. Here, 3D Remy. Then we want to measure this up. 7 millimeters. I can score it right there. And that's where we're going to cut it. Here's my handy dandy. There it is. Kind of hard to see it, but I can see it. Put that right there. Looks like this is 30 millimeters, so it looks like about 34, 35 millimeters, although I don't want to do that because that is not as square as I wanted it to be. So let's pull this off, and let's take the other end, just put this just barely sticking out there, and then I can scrape across there to end up with a square end. It will deform accordingly. When you induce an electric charge on it, it deforms. Okay, so do this again. This is from the other end, so I don't end up with a scored piece of PTFE on my thing. There, and then there. This into here. The big cut, take down towards the table. And these are just little light cuts to square it up. Before I take it out of there, grab my chamfering tool. And this is just easier to do while it's still in there. Get a nice little chamfer on it. So theoretically, that should go on there. Have 7 millimeters sticking out. It does. This will go. Oops. There we go. So now we have a filament path set up. So this goes in last. We'll put it over here in the tray. Okay, now I need some 2.5 millimeter screws, which I don't have a large selection of, but I do have a few. How deep are these holes here? Oh, those go all the way through, but they're only like 5 or so millimeters before you start hitting the heat sink there. So this is a 10 millimeter, so 16 millimeter screw, I think, is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay, M2.5 by 16. I actually saw, did I grab these? They're in here. Is that what I grabbed here? Definitely going for that tool head. Tweezers. What do we got? 38 minutes. We are at 250 people, 100 likes. See what we can do with that likes number. Yep, there's 16s right here. I got a couple of buttonhead 16s from something. I'm pretty sure these are in 2.5. Here's the, they feel like it. Where did I put my calipers? Oh, over here. Why did I put them over there? Yep, those are 2.5s. Okay, sweet. Hey, McCree. Dennis Fizetic V0, he uses it all the time. All the time. He is super happy with it. Okay, so now this is gonna go here. This is stuff I don't think we have any trouble with doing before we put it on the printer. So that's gonna go there, and this is probably a 1.5. Excuse me. With moms who are disappointed in them for now smashing the for not or for now. I would like to know before on the Fizetic kit, I would like to know what they've done with the tool head to improve the temperature issues. We had to disconnect the speed sensor. Oh shoot, that just stripped. That just stripped. Let's see, yeah. That little tiny stainless steel button head just stripped. So let's see if I can get it out. Just very slow, lots of pressure. Yep, it is. There we go. Not a, oh. Just a little. Stainless steel screws are soft, so not surprising. I saw an extra in here. I have 2 extras. That's why these new nickel plated screws that LDO's doing are so nice, is they're still a steel screw. But I wasn't putting any extra on that, and I felt it go. There we go. So that, and now this should hopefully tuck into here, and there's an attempt at some wire holding features, but with individual wires like this, I don't know how well that's, I mean, once it all goes together, it'll be fine, but we'll probably have to work on holding those in place when we put it together. Okay. This goes here. What I would like to see on any tool heads we have out there, something I would like to see is belt management. How do we do better at dealing with still having enough belt to be able to maintain the printer, but not have it just flopping all over the place. 2.4 cross the 6,500 hour mark. Wow. Okay, just seeing what play there might be. Excuse me. Seeing what play there might be, and then looking at compensate for it, but it doesn't seem to have any. It just bolts in. Correct. So there. This is going to go there, but where does it go from there? Just straight up this way? The contest forms offering to pop up YouTube. Oh, interesting. Okay, and then okay, so we get that. These are 3x25. Is that what we put in there? Must be. Just going back and watching your Magneto X coverage, what do you think of linear motors on a Voron? I don't know. They do take up a lot of space. So I don't know how that would work out. Okay, so then the hot end is in there. The heater cartridge, where do the wires for that go? That matters. Where do the wires for the heater cartridge go? This is the one I'm going to use. Where do the wires for the heater cartridge end up? What's the routing for this? And I wanted to just grab this and rotate it. Why does the Voron construct have M2 screws but not 2.5? I don't think anything in the Voron builds uses M2.5. I could be wrong, but I don't think anything in the spec builds utilize M2.5. You're right. You're right. There are Dragon, the hot ends for mounting. Voron construct is PFA maintained. I get that, but it is also 4-on construct, so there's a difference between, there could be a difference between what they initially put out there or not. Hotend mount uses 4 to attach the assembly. That goes on there. But where are, when this is all on, I just want to see, we're planning. A lot of this is planning. What is the next step? So if this goes on here, let's see, these goes on there. Where does the hot end wires go? I do have some, so that's going to go on there. There's a thing there. Do they just go to the back and then up the side? That looks pretty reasonable. There's a pretty sizable spot right there. I think they just go up here. Hot ends is what I was after. Oh, you, okay. Fusion has the fastener library now, don't they? Doesn't Fusion have a fastener library? If you're using Fusion. There's a wire channel behind the hot end mount. Behind the hot end mount. Oh, is that what this, is that what that is? Does it go up through there? This all goes on here. Fasteners in Fusion. Yeah. Let me pull all of this apart. I have a question, guesstimate on how much that tool head weighs. I'd imagine not terribly much. I have no idea. One thing, if this is expected to go there, yeah, I just want to make sure we're not pinching wires when we put the tool head on there. That goes there, that sneaks out there just fine. So there's two options. Were there options on here that it talked about? Did it talk about wiring, hot end, there? Then we get into this stuff. It doesn't really talk about heater wiring, right? This comes out, that comes right into collision with parts. I'm not seeing anything that specifically shows heater wire routing. We did it. Oh, here, what is this? There we go, electronics. Wiring and cable management. Take your time. To do this optimally, you need to solder wires and or crimp connectors, and to use zip ties. So, we provide examples of suggested wiring locations, as well as EB36. That's a fan. This stuff. Leaf cutter. All these, oh no, so they don't actually have, there's not enough room in the slot opposite the piezo wires. Hey Daddy Wazzy. Nothing shown, yeah. We've got where to plug things in, but not how to route them. This is kind of a generic, but that's okay, we can figure this out. Mentions two options in the channels or up the sides. So if we wanted to go, we've got these two spots here, right? Will they go up there? That would be interesting. Let's try it. Nope. Pull this off. Okay, so we have this. this goes on there. Let's get a nozzle in here. Hold everything together. So now, if this goes straight back, let's just see where this hits. Straight back. Ah, straight back is underneath all of that. What if I go straight back and then bend it around? Because we can't really, here, let's get a better view here. Let's try that. Okay. So this sets on here. We go straight back, but we can't really bend straight up. That's too tight of a bend to go straight up. So with that said, I'm gonna try bending this straight back, and then I'll take the heater up one side and the thermistor up the other side. I think that's pretty reasonable. And then this will just point straight back. We'll get this little label down like that. All of this tucks down there. We've got all kinds of room to where that's not going to be a strain on this. Loop it around the back of the 15. No, because when this comes all the way back, you see the pinch point here. We could be colliding. That's not a good. We don't want to put anything on the back side of here. But I think what we got here is pretty good. So I don't know if I'm gonna cause any issues with clearances anywhere else. That's not wanting to actually, is that because of that? Hey, Porty. Page 44 of the manual. Was there something up there that I missed? Hot-end mounting. There are two options for wire routing for your hot end. You will decide which will work. First version is to run the hot end wiring between the carriage and the hot end mount and the two channels in the rear. Okay. This will direct the wires up and capture them between the printed parts. Second method is pass the hot end wiring through the lower center back hole of the front carriage body. Generally, they use this if your wiring is too thick to pass through the channels used in the first method. Move the hot end into place with the base snug to the mount. Okay, that's good. Don't forget about the PZ probe wire. That's a good point. It would be nice if that will go up there. Let's see if it will. If it'll follow up along with the heater or the thermistor wires, that might be a good thing. So we could flip this around and have it come out this side and probably go up along with the thermistor wires. Right now it's kind of going forward because I thought I was going to take it around by the fan, but if we can keep everything up in here, I think that's a good idea. Man of the crock. We got 3D Musketeers rating in. How are folks? There you are, Grant. Thank you, sir. You have a hot stream today. I was in there for a little bit. Love the Jacob background. Little themed. Hey, Steven. Hey, One Solid Cube. Oh, you were already here. Okay. We are going to flip this around. So that means rotating this. There. Make sure we don't damage that ribbon cable. This will, I think, loop right here, just like that. Little loop. Digital Panda, thank you for becoming a member. Heard Grant's stream was his fire as a bamboo tool head. Well, to be fair, they were just talking about printer fires in general and awareness, and it just so happens that recent examples have fallen into the bamboo side of things. I'm supposed to say getting rated. Lucas, this is the Revo PZ, which is a piezoelectric sensor. I hear that correct. Is Bamboo Labs the new ANAT? There have been some, it seems, I haven't paid attention. All my information is from Grant's thumbnail. That's it. And about 20 minutes or so of watching his stream before I got ready for this one. Tighten all this. I mean, it is a huge thing for us, especially us, in the custom printer space, to be aware of safety considerations, the prep, the prevention, and the preparation for the potential for a combustible or combustion experience. You get those short drivers. So these are old RC. This is Team Associated Factory Team, but I don't know where the actual ball end came from because I don't think it came with it. I'm pretty sure I replaced it buying a handle I didn't like and putting a different one in. But I have had good luck with the LDO and Fabrico drivers. They seem pretty nice. I know that at least LDO carries a ball driver version of this 2.5. I'm not sure that the Fabrico's ones do or not. Okay, so I think that will be fine. Now I opted to run, I feel like it's probably a better idea. I don't know if it matters, but I opted to run this with the thermistor instead of with the heater, just figuring higher current PWM. It doesn't hurt to keep it away from there. I mean, some of my go-tos, I'm loving these little itty bitty 2mm drivers. So I've got the extra short and the extra long 2mm covered. And then we haven't brought this out in a while, but the real long boy 2.5mm. Here we go. Can we get it all on screen? There. Oh, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm hoping that this doesn't get too crowded here with this bundle of wires coming across here. I think it'll be okay though. And then what'll happen is this will come and just sit here underneath the stepper, and it'll connect to the PZ board right over here on this side of the tool head. A 2.5 stubby would be nice. It's when you want to fix the board from the living room couch. Hey Raj, welcome back. Keep track of that guy. Okay, that's good. That is on, that is set. Thanks for pointing out page 44 has some things. It would be, this would be a nice, to have this graphic be, maybe have the channels behind highlighted or something. It'll help bring attention to why this page exists. Because otherwise just reading the headline, hot end mounted, you see a hot end mounted there, yay. But draw the attention there. Okay, so that's there, and then we got to get into, now we have to build a, okay, so we have this, we have this, we have the little, just pet G carrier. So let's first put this in here, and hope it fits. Yeah, that fit well. Smacked right in there, and this will end up just kind of test looking at how this goes in. See the little spring-loaded piece there. That's nice. Oh, let's drop it. It stayed. I am not doing nozzle LEDs on this, at least not yet, although I like having nozzle LEDs. I just need to run. Let me grab a, hopefully I know where my NeoPixels are. I think they're in here. Find them first try. I do. Now the question is, do I have an RGBW in here? That is not an RGBW. Aha, those are. The little yellow thing there is the white LED. Although it's not as important for this. Actually, since it's not as important, let's use the regular RGB. You want the W for the nozzle lights, but for the logo, we don't care if we get a true white or not. Is it possible to use boop with ant head? I don't know. I don't know. Empty baggie. That's now an empty baggie. So we're going to use, hopefully this, oh no, I'm not going to use that one. See that little dark spot? I'm not sure or not if that's good or bad. Let me see what else I have. Let me see what else I have. I know that's not my only bin of LEDs, but that was the one I knew where they were. If that is burned out, I'm annoyed I didn't throw it away. But I'm not sure that it is. Maybe I use an RGBW because I know one of those is good. Go with the known good, because I don't know where my other NeoPixels are. Is that just the LED I see? I thought so. Oh, maybe. I can't, how can I test this? I can't really test it easily. Can't really test it very easily. Does that look normal? Okay. So where my mindset is I've popped one of these before, and when I looked at it, I saw that dark spot. So now every one I see with that dark spot, I'm not sure if it's good or not. Lick it. Do we go for it? Let's go for it. Worst case is it won't work. Worst case is it won't work. So this is nice and easy though. There's only one to solder up. Let's get our, that, and I bought, make sure no address on the top here. I bought some wire, finally. You built an Arduino tester for mine? That's a great idea. I need a little something with pogo pins so you can just push it on. This is 25 feet each roll. I figure it'll last me, if I keep to things that I just need tool head wiring where the size is critical. I could have used these on Zoll. Hey buddy. But if I just keep these to that, it'll last me a very long time. What color do I want for signal? Let's go blue. Let's go blue. If you have a black dot in them, it's a hole, looks like. So that's just a result of me burning one out and seeing that, and now it's on my mind. Every time I see that, I question whether it's good or not. You're in the way. Have to rewatch tomorrow, Aetherling. If you fell asleep while watching, you needed some rest. What do we got? 8 minutes until we're giving away a couple of things. Links in the description. Be sure you enter. Is all the stuff working? Usually I check. Close a few windows here. Yeah, we're getting entries. Cool. Your stuff is in a spot. True. So we're going to have an in and an out, and all we have to solder to is the in. So, D in. There, that'll work. And then how long are these going to need to be? Let's grab a wire. Hey, there is a wire. Taco, how are you? So I went to order a little BattleBot, and the one I want is sold out now. So I'm gonna wait just a little bit, and if it continues to be sold out, doesn't come back into stock, then I'll find an alternative one. I think it's because you ordered the one I wanted. Okay, so this has to go through here. So that's wire length. And then there. What are you catching on? Is it this? Yeah. don't you just go right on there? Will there be setting motor currents on this build? I don't fully understand the process. Yeah, but what is this catching on? And so things to look for. Okay, so that is pushed in there. And then this, we don't need the whole tool head on here. No, I don't want to take that off. We're gonna need to figure out some wire lengths on all this stuff anyway, so we'll put this thing on here. Oh, wildfire. Yeah. I did indeed order the one you wanted. It arrives tomorrow. Nice. Okay, and then the tool head board. And let's grab a screw here to put this on. So we're doing all of this simply to plan wiring lengths. Don't forget the screw that goes from back to the front cowl. Well, this is, all I'm doing is putting enough together so I can get the tool head board on here, so I can figure out where wires need to go, so I can cut them to reasonable lengths so I'm not wasting a bunch of wire. So we're now, so that's there. And then all these wires, where's the NeoPixel port? This is going to actually come in really handy down here. They have a diagram in the manual. Scroll, scroll, scroll. There we are. So where is the part fan, hot end fan, RGB port? Oh, right here on the bottom. Hey, Dances with Aardvarks. Total noob trying to absorb some knowledge to build a rose engine for a wood lathe. Ooh. Okay, so that RGB port is right on the bottom. What is this one? Probe. So this uses probe voltage, ground, probe. What else do we have? Hot end thermistor. So all that's fine. Part fan on this side, part fan on this side. What do we have? Hot end fan. Okay, so that's where we'll plug in our hot end fan. 3-wire. X-end stop and filament sensor. So does probe have a voltage select? We'll have to look at that a little closer. I know, 5 volts. No, 19 extra volts is not allowed here. But what is PRB plus? Is that selectable on here, on this board? PCF voltage. Here it is. Probe voltage selector. Yes, we can do 5 volts. So we will use the probe port for the thing, and we will make sure we set it to 5 volts. In fact, oops, not that one, this one. In fact, since we've looked at it, and it is on 24 volts right now. top, covering the top pins is 5 volts. There we go. 5 volts is on top. Okay, no 19 extra volts. 24 volt fans, is that what all of these are? Those are 24 volts. Is this Delta fan 24 or 5? Yeah, I said it now. Do we get to set the hot end voltage separate? Hot end fan voltage selector. Okay. 19 extra volts is bad. We're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. That's just a squirrel moment there. But the probe one is the big one. That's been fixed. We'll do fans when we get there. Which means if I'm going to take this wire right through this hole in the bottom back for the LEDs, it'll plug in right here, which means that's probably about as long as I need. I'll go just a little bit longer, probably make it about that long. What do we got? Got to do, so a lot to learn. Is there a diode in series with the probe input? It's the logic of the Nighthawk is 3.5 volts. It won't like the 5 volt high level out of the PZ. I don't know. Does anybody here know if the probe port on here is appropriate for the PZ? Wires that long. This will never be wrapped as tight as it was, but I'll get it. I guess I'll just take this tape off, relocate it. Oh, there. We got to be right at. Oh, we're 3 minutes past giveaway time. You guys letting me get distracted. Get your entries in. It's your last chance. Once we start, you only have 3 seconds. While I'm here, I'm cutting all of these. Then we'll get the giveaways done. And I'll give away 5 memberships. 5 memberships after the giveaways. Exactly. We're only 3 minutes over. No big deal. Careful I don't cut his tail. Okay, these can go back in the box. Okay. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament first. Polymaker filament. Let's reuse this window. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Ah. names. Things in the way. Things in the way. I can get to my keyboard. Polymaker filament. Go here and here. Okay, we have 3 seconds. Oops. If you got an error, just, oh no, you wouldn't have gotten an error. We're good. Okay, 3 seconds. How are we on likes? Did we hit 50%? We did. We did, just barely. Barely. 3, 2. I just don't see it. Don't see what? I did miss 13 minutes of the beginning of the stream because camera issues. Mystery camera issues. Is this working? Oh yeah, there we go. We just got one. 3. So links are in the description, Stephen. In the description. Reload. So if you happen to be watching from the beginning, then you might not see them unless you reload. Because I usually add them about 10 minutes before stream starts. Well, it was mystery camera issues. The mic issue was way easier to figure out than the camera issue. Three, 2. Here's what I'm going to say. Stephen, as soon as you say you were able to enter, I'm closing it. So here's the new for this time. You're in. Okay, it's closing. Save. It's done. Who didn't get in? Who didn't get in that was waiting for the very second? Did anybody did not get in that was waiting for the final countdown? I'm not seeing anyone speak out. So. Vinny, did you really not get in? Did you really not get in? Were you waiting until the last second? I know, don't wait until the end, exactly. Oh, I missed. What? Hold on, is it actually closed? It's not closed. So if you didn't get in, it's not closed. So you have half a moment there, Vinny. Apparently I clicked the wrong thing, so let's delete this. You have half a moment to get in, Vinny. I clicked the thing. I must have just clicked it again. Screwed it up. I'm giving Vinny 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And done. And there were no extra ones in there. So now it's closed. Let's see here. Maurice, you got in there first. Thank you very much for getting in early, making this go efficiently. Sean Conley, thanks for being a member. You guys have exciting times coming up. Vinny did get in last. I got to work around Oscar here. He's sitting right in front of the keyboard. There we go. Get a different song in my mind. Let's clean the P1S. Okay, how many, what are we doing? We are going to do a number between 1 and 13. 1 and 13. At all the excitement. New bike day today. Kittens next Saturday. What'd you get for a bike? Let me tell me when all the giveaways are done. Man of the Croc, you said 13. We'll do 13. The full 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 spin. Polymaker filament. Polymaker filament. Who do we got? Who do we got? Grande Jeba 123. Congratulations. Are you here? Say something in chat if you are. You have 2 minutes. Timer's going. Grande, would that be Grande Jeba 123? How do you say that? GJ 123. Are you here? Maker filament. Uh-oh. There you are. Congrats. Let me copy that. If this is inappropriate, then let's not mention what it might be. Oops. There we go. There we go. Everything's good. Let me work around this little single-brained orange. There's that. It's taking a little longer than usual just because of this guy. See? And okay, you should have an email. Congratulations. Congratulations. Like Roberto, that's what I said. We don't need to bring that up. Don't need to bring attention. Okay, that's fine. Control A. Now let's get the our colony clacker. So colony clacker is this guy. It is the extrusion door for a Micron Plus. This is limited to the US only. US addresses only. Don't ask Jason or LDO to do otherwise. Where am I at? We had this one set up to actually turn off when I'm done. See it one solid cube? Let's see. We have 3 seconds to enter. 3, 2. I lost track. Did we get a new one? It's a pedal assist e-bike between asthma and arthritis in both knees. It was time. Yeah. Is that a road bike? Thank you, Bill. I'm just going to start over, but this is going to be the final countdown. Final countdown right here. 3, 2, 1. Done. Reading chat and trying to not have a countdown take 20 minutes. 10 minutes is 15 minutes is different. Wick Central, you got in first. Let's see, did anybody enter that says they're not in the USA? Nope, good job. Good job, everyone. Okay. Some good ones. Short for beauty of the day. There we go. That's better. The final countdown. The final countdown is between 1 and 21. Spectra is back. Welcome back, Spectra. 1 and 21. Ooh, I want some ice cream. There's a salt and straw on one of the paths I walk at lunch. I try to limit myself to once a week. Once a week. Okay, I'll do it, Brent, just for you. Orange. O-R-A-N-G-E. Spin. Who do we got? Who do we got? Russell Cloran. Few enough entries, you can actually read them as they go around. Russell Cloran, congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat, though. Russell Cloran. Oh, make your own ice cream? Nice. I'm a fan of their mint chip vegan ice cream. It's made with a coconut milk base, I think, or coconut something base, and then the salted malted chocolate chip cookie dough. Russell Cloran, are you here? Congrats. This is a Colony Clacker door kit for a Micron Plus. That's the 180 build. And we'll be installing one of these on this during this build series. Russell Cloran, there you are. Russell Cloran, good job. Okay, you. So you will get an email from Jason from LDO once I send your email address to him. That, and let's just make sure we are all good on the things. You are here, you're in the US. Congrats. Now we can clean this up. Leo, how are you doing? I see you there. I saw your name in the list. I have to build the Micron that I've been threatening to for like a year now. Exactly. You only need a very few parts to justify a printer build. I mean, a Mark IV frame, and you're building a Prusa wire, right? All you have left over from a Core 1 upgrade is a frame and a couple of rods, but that's enough to build a Prusa wire. Okay, where were we? Let's go. Oops, where? That one. I have to buy and build a Micron. I want a front door. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're doing soldering things. we want to do soldering things. Whole drawer of spare new projects. Come on. Ooh. Oh, I should have had this going. Look at that comfortable cat. Don't forget members. Oh, thank you, Greenbeard. Dude, that's why I never put a pinned message. I apologize. I never put a pinned message saying that the giveaway links were in the description. You start a stream 13 minutes late and forget all the things. Okay, let me get those memberships given away before I forget again. I'm sorry. When I start the process to give away the anything. If you can't get your entry in at that point, then I can't save you. Where are we going? I got to go out to the regular YouTube in order to do this still. I don't think it's working yet. It is working. It's back to working within the interface. They fixed it. They fixed it. Frantic scrambling derails the mental checklist. Yes, it does. Roberto, thank you for becoming a member. Roberto. Mouth processing at the same rate as brain. That's when you get Roberto. We got a double winner. Oh yeah, there you are. Congrats. Send me your Phoenix. You are never this cravey for attention. You gonna get into the CFG or the PZ probe in this stream? Oh no, it'll be another stream. We won't get to that this stream. So the intent still, I'm trying to get to the point that we're not, well, we've got a while left. I need to go long today. I really do need to go long. You need to go down there for a bit. Because I really need to get to a point where we're within the next 2 weekends doing configuration and stuff. You already had treats. Spot. You lay right there. I shouldn't say this out loud because I have no idea when I'll actually get time to do it, but I feel like it would be really cool to have a platform at one of my windows, because these cats love looking out the windows as an alternative location for them to hang out in here. I think that'd be a good, fun thing. Leo, did I miss 3-year anniversary of monetization? Well, that wasn't the monetization, but that is memberships. Thanks for being a member. See you, Martin. See you, Maurice. Okay, I need glasses. So we are on the inside. No, especially, why is that? Oh, it's because I still have it on heat set temperature. Let's bump that up. Yeah, that would be a new, that is not, I'm gonna have to make sure the solder is away, because we don't need you getting lead. Like the tip cleaner holder thingy. Where's it from? I need to buy something else. This is at least 20 years old. I actually need new scrubber stuff. .28 gauge. See ya, Andres. one time I will do that. I don't think it'll be too big of a project. It's just a matter of making a couple of platforms so they can jump up to it, and then figuring out a way to get a camera over there. I have, Deanna, I've seen basically the same thing on Amazon though. But this one probably came from Fry's or something. Look at all those hairs. All the cat hairs. Little cat hair flux. Something like it on Amazon, yeah. It's kind of, I mean, this on its own is too flimsy for this, so I use another one to kind of stabilize it. So many configurations. Yep. So now this to here, what'll happen, which way does this go? This. So that goes like that. And we put this on like this. Going that way. So there are little bridges in there. Let's see if we can. Should. Oh. Tweaks. Snaps into there. The camera is so good we can read the. Oh yeah, I love this little camera. A little flag on that, little solder flag on that center one. It's shiny though, it's fine. Just flush cutters, and it doesn't matter, but just snip it. Okay, and then what I think I also want to do, I think these will do well with twisting. And this is all for wire management rather than for anything. It's just easier to deal with basically one cable instead of 3 wires. Keep the sharp bits away from the bleedy bits, yep. Steven, you nodded off. Did you get in on the giveaway? So that this will bend that way. Oh. Should come up into there. tuck them into there. Might have been a good idea to, you know, lightly untwist these because it'll be easier to get into the channel. Yep, just like that. And then I can twist them inside the channel, and now we're good. You missed the draw. Sleep is important. Cool. That's a nice clean setup there. Okay. I'm not a twist up fan. Okay, these are going through here. Yeah, I'm curious why. Is there a technical reason, or? So you doing this LED? Remember, in fact, I need to buy a new to replace my LEDs. Last time I had a mat. Oops, magic smoke, no good. And here, you know, it just kind of seems like it hurts. While twisting the wires? Well, to my knowledge, there's no technical reason why it would be a bad idea. So I think it helps in wire management, so that's why I do it. So all of these, I don't know how good of an idea this is, but it seems like so much of this will be really clean if we can go just in through this hole on the bottom and just basically right like that and straight up into the tool head board. Because see where we're at here, this would just go right there. Poke. I don't think there's any reason why that's a bad idea. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the existing ends. I'm not even going to cut this. I'm going to loop it so I have a little service loop for those. You can't easily replace just one wire, but how often does that happen? Yeah, I get that. That would make sense. But especially for this stuff, these little connectors are so oh, bye-bye. It's my bed. So tight. So what I'm gonna try, excuse me, having to clear my throat. I have these Knipex. I'm gonna crimp these just a little. Make sure I go in the same direction the other one did. Just get them a little more. Let's see if that helped. Is it all right to print Trident parts out of ASA GF? Yeah, it's fine. Just be aware you're going to want to make sure your settings are good. You're printing hot enough. You are going to have, I mean, a sacrifice in ultimate part strength just from the layer adhesion loss with the glass fiber, and then I'm going to twist this on the back to take up the extra, something like that for now. We'll put the stepper on there and see what we have to do. But I have that Nevermore in my cart. You're not helping. This has been handy. I bought these off of Amazon just to try them, but they have been handy for getting the appropriately sized ferrule down to a little more shaped size. That's the part number if anybody is interested. Basically, we're wiring this up right now, which is good. The fan is going to go, what's that? Hotend thermistor, or Hotend thermistor's right here. That's going to need a new connector. And I think the same thing. We just need to be able to get a screwdriver through the bottom here. So we want to make sure we're not getting in the way of the screws that have to go in here to hold all this together. It's all JSTPH, yep. Well, no, this is a XH. The stepper is an XH. This is going to go right there, so it's the same thing. I can probably leave it basically as long. Maybe cut just a hair off of it. Okay, so straighten this out. Some of them do have a pH for the stepper tuxedo, so. Well, that's not fun, man of the crock. Hopefully you feel better soon. Okay, cut that. pH drawer. What does this, the Nighthawk board, what does it come with for connectors and stuff? So if I'm recrimping everything on here, no, it's all white. Oh, power cable for the board. Here's all the connectors. We might as well just use them though. Since they're here, That's for the stepper. Some ferrules. Oh, some standoffs. Those are not long enough for what we need here, though. We needed those 20 millimeters. Not going to need those. 3x10s. And then a replacement, maybe. Main connection. Some tubes. Those are all there, so we're going to need a 2-pin and a couple of terminals. These are all locked together. There we go. Need to go, almost 6 p.m. here. Thanks for the content, always nice to watch. See you, Lucas. Thanks for stopping by. That test wire. So let's get this in here. Do all this on printer. Make sure that PZ ribbon cable, a little scary, tuck it out of the way. Go. Tug test. Hey, Dark Dog. How you doing? It's over here. Okay, that's on. Now we have 3-wire hot end fan. Hot end fan is here. We are in master electrician mode. If it's worth going there. I'm kind of liking coming through this bottom here because it really gets everything out of the way, especially for this bottom row of connections. Let's keep at it. So if that goes there, I just want to make sure I have cut one of them. this out and cut the rest. Okay. Micron, but now you can still find iWis branded ones in some places. I am a big fan of these crimpers, especially for the money. There is zero reason to spend engineer money when these exist. Okay, we need 3 more pins, and then the hot end fan is wow, that is impossible to read. I like engineer stuff, Ella, but if you've tried these and compare them to the engineer, I think your experience is going to be a big part of when the engineers were made or where is going to be a big part of your experience. Hartk, how you doing? This thing is turning out pretty good. My first revision mount seems to be fine. My PZ mount there seems to be fine. So we are getting there. So looking at this makes me want to probably see the little higher resolution version of it. So where do we find that documentation? Let's see. Let's just go out here and let's try doc. I know my board will fit your mount now. Yep. Oh boy, what is that? Oh, there we go, 100%. Tool board. Nighthawk 36. Here we are. Go. Let's just get to the okay. So TAC is the middle one. That's why it's just the resolution on that in the docs, it got compressed. The resolution got compressed. So the blue wire, I imagine, is the center pin. See ya, Ella. Have a good one. Darn it. Careful not to scratch up the frame. So we had a lot of questions earlier Hartk, or I did, on the, because I was looking at the filter, the Nevermore style filter and the connections, and using 2-pin Wagos in this mount. It just seemed like not enough positions. I think for my build, I'm gonna remix that to use the little JST splitters that are available at the various vendors. But it's a little confusing as to which goes where and stuff. Okay, so if this goes on like that. And the top pin is, what is this, 24? Well, the top pin is voltage, positive. Did you catch the dock blurb we found? If not, just search the docks for headset. Should be heat set. And then the center one is tack. And the bottom one is signal. And I think I'm going to twist this as well. That'll help it hold into that spot as too. While we're here, since I don't remember exactly, actually, I'm not going to take that off. I have more. I'm going to grab another one of these fans. It's one of these two. You can see if that's a 5 or 24 volt fan. You come to a conclusion on the 48 on your other printer. Oh, on Phoenix? No. Is that what you mean? Bed fan's negative is bed fan and filter fan's negative. But I guess the thing I have with it is just having to splice all the fan stuff outside of those connections then. So it's fine. For my build, I think I'm just going to remix it to use these. This for the bed fans and one of these for the filter fan. See, Deanna? So this is just another one of these same fans. I just want to confirm whether it's 5 or 12 volts or 24 volts. Wow, that is the tiniest text ever. See if we can get it to focus. Tiny, tiny text. The DC05V. It's 5 volts. Works too. The LDO kit has a dedicated PCB. I can show you a pic on Discord if you want to share it here. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So although we know that this build is very much not the LDO kit, the idea here is to build the R1 stuff. And I just happen to have some of the LDO parts, some of the same things that the LDO kit's going to come with. But if we can... Let's see, okay. Okay, this guy, how did this, oh, I didn't actually measure for how long I wanted this. No, I did, never mind. That's correct. I did. I was gonna say that seemed really long, but I guess it's not. Okay, so I think the easier thing is gonna be to do that after this other thing is in. And then come around here think we're going to go right there. I'm going to plug the PZ board in. So this is going to go underneath all of this. It should sneak out there. Oops. Focus. And then this is going to be fun. It'd probably be easier to do this off the printer, but should be able to. Go right up in there like that. Close the little door down. And then this will just hang out behind the stepper. I think that's fine. Looks good. It's out of the way over here. Just sticks down just a tiny bit right there. Just sent the pics. There you are. Oh, that looks really good. Yeah. Let me get this. Copy the link. That looks really good. Let's leave this window open. Sirayatech PIBA. Bouncy ball. Ooh. Big picture. Board there. Board's designed by Kyle. Awesome. And there's one more picture. Did Micron SC LED get to him? Not yet. But it's in his state. Yeah, I get it now. There we go. So for the thermistor, bed thermistor, P thermistor. What's thermistor P? RGB, of course. Fan 1, filter, is this filter fan? And fan 2. And then live pins. So what do we have? So those are all the fans over there. How does the bed get involved here? 2 bed thermistors on the silicone heater and threaded in thermistor in the center of the plate. Oh, I see. I see. I see. Very cool. The bed mains are still on Vegas. That makes sense. That makes sense. But, oh, okay. Okay, I get it. So you have the, the bed thermistor goes in here, goes in these two, and then this connector has thermistor. This is 8 pins? How do you get RGB on that? Those headers for Blobifier, servo, and switch. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Is this an 8-pin connector? How do you get all this on 8 pins? Anyway. Okay. I think we're at a point where we can, so we got this all together. Everything looks good here. That 8-pin, yeah, grounds are shared. So you have ground, you have 5 volts, so you have ground, 5 volts, and then 24 selectable voltage. And then you have 3 signals, RGB signal. So that's 7 already. And then you need 2 thermistor signals. So you're a pin short? Well, if the fan signal for the bed fans is shared, then you're good. Okay, bed fan shared, that's what it is. Okay, now, oops, let's go back here because we're following this. Therms share the ground too. Although, does that work well? Isn't there something you have to do? Isn't that because they're an analog signal, or does that work fine? I thought there was some consideration for that. Okay, we did this. We put the LEDs in. Oh, we got to put the little grill in. Oh yeah, you'll like this. Where'd it go? There it is. Check this out. Woohoo! I did that on my box turtle. So this should go, this just snaps in here, right? Some boards do, but in Leviathan they are shared either on the main board too. Okay, now we just hope. Okay, so preemptively, I'm gonna just make sure that the tops of this, because this is all top layer stuff, just make sure that this is all cleaned up. Make sure there's nothing sticking up. It's gonna make this a real pain to get in there. So I'm just kind of rubbing along those top surfaces. Is there probably a technique to this? Rattle. Does this stop rattling when it's in there? If it doesn't, I might take it off and put in the very corners, put a little dabs of glue. Just keep it from vibrating. I'm pleased with that. Now, this goes on. Insert wiring into the channel in the main body. What we talked about earlier, and actually before I permanently mount this, I'm going to figure out where the RGB port is. It is over here, and we'll see how long that wire needs to be. So a lot going through there, but yeah, that still moves around. So let's do 2 things. We're going to figure out our wire length here. I think I'm going to leave it full length on that one, just looking at this. So we're going to crimp a connector on here, and I'm going to put some dabs of glue in the corners of this. And then if, whatever case, I printed 3 at once because it was a very short print anyway. But I think in the very corner here, maybe on the side, just a little dab. Hopefully that doesn't cause any potential issues. On the top. And then a spray of activator. I think we're good. Nope. Don't spray towards me or the kitties. I am not doing the nozzle lights. I elected not to. There, no, that's not. Vibrating. You be nice. Same length. What activator is that? The stuff I use always turns the plastic gooey and white. Really? Hold on a second. It's the Bob Smith Industries, I think. Is that right? I'll look at it here in a second. Yeah, Bob Smith Industries. This stuff smells really good. That's probably a bad thing, but are you doing the nozzle heavies then? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay, what is the order of these? Because it matters in how I'm gonna crimp this. So we got the RGB port, and we need a 3-pin here. The RGB port plugs in. Is that the very bottom? Plugs in that way. Plugs in the opposite way of that. So the top one. So signal ground 5 volts. So this will go like signal ground 5 volts. Plugged in like that. So, okay. So we'll turn it around this way. Turn it around this way and crimp them. Because you aren't doing dangerous chemicals are the ones that smell good. Yeah. But you're doing the nozzle heavies. I don't know what nozzle heavies is. What is heavies in the context? Oh, geez. Oh boy. Okay. Yes. I am doing the nozzle heavies. That was bad. That was bad. I don't know. I'll blame a little bit of fourth hour stream brain. This thing is, these little PTFE wires are slick and slowly pulling out of my grip from the weight of the tool head. So there we go. There we go. Okay, once again, just to double check, that goes that way. These go, so it's signal on top, ground, and voltage. Five volts, ground, and signal. Did that make them have a better day? Did it have the intended effect? Okay, because I can see that going a couple of different ways. Okay, so this will sneak under here. This will come onto here. Man of the Croc, thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on using hydrogen monoxide for cleaning your 3D printer? Or how about the best use case for belt printers? I don't know about anything about belt printers. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I did want to stay here. Okay, now we need to get all of these things to cram in there. Go here. This should be probably an M3 by 6. Yep, that's what I needed. So it goes on there, and then an M3 by 6 holds this to the hot end mount. Don't over tighten. This is just to hold this thing back in place. Work on fans. So 6s, 2 of them. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, water is not a great idea for cleaning printers. But as far as what do we got going on here? Let's just see. What are we rubbing? What is that? That should just go. Oh, I wonder if it's this wire. What is right there? No, it shouldn't be. It goes there. It's fine. Tweezers to kind of poke that out of the way. Why doesn't that plug in all the way? This side isn't going back Oh, that did. Okay. It is back right now. It's fine. That's good. Okay. See you, Hartk. Thanks for stopping by. Not tight. Just installed right now. All end is going to be. Why isn't that lining up? Okay, let's just straight for a moment. Push this back. Sort of, can Micron achieve? I don't know. Okay, and then our PTFE tube, I think, would be a good thing to put in here. Make sure everything loosen these up. Isn't that going in now? Why isn't it going in? It's good. I'm just checking everywhere. Can't really get a good angle on it. Let me do just a tiny outer chamfer on this. Do it by hand. No. It's just doesn't want to go in, which means things aren't lining up. Visually, it looks, I can sight down it and it looks really good. And this is completely, that's all butted up. Everything's in its spot. Just make sure these are loose. What is keeping that from trying to add ribs apart? When I click add rib, it wants me to do a bunch of other stuff. I've not actually used that function, I don't think. Let's see something. No, that's larger than the thing. I don't really want to run. I guess I can just to see. Yeah, that doesn't go down through either. There's a misalignment. I'm just having a hard time figuring out to what degree and in what direction. Hmm. Use this for this. Let's see if this will work. Can't really hit the cutting blades. It's a little too small a diameter. It doesn't go straight in. I don't want to force it and have it be a little kink in the path. Ah, there we go. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it went in. I just needed just the tiniest little bit of chamfer to get it to go in. We will note that and identify it if any filament path issues come up. Okay, we got fans to go on next, I think. So delid your fan. Here's something I discovered after last stream. So remove the cover and be careful, it pops off. But what I found out is that at least the GDS time fans. I don't know if I showed this before. This is the lid and all these little tabs for indexing and assembly. So this goes on here like this or whatever. Came off. But when you take that off, there is a very small spot right here. Little tiny tab right there. That sticks up just enough to push against this side. Push against right there. And on the other fan, it was discoloring here because it was bending out. So I need to go in and make sure that this is flush. I need to be so zoomed in right now. Okay, so let's get right in. Pushed against there, and spins out. There we go. Just barely clears in the front there. And then we have two there we go. 2.7. Two little button head screws that hold the fan in. M2. Okay, now we get to do that again with the other fan that I definitely know where it is. Definitely know where it is. I definitely remember that I didn't definitely know where it was last week. Where did those go? I completely forgot that I didn't know where that other fan was last week. Where is it? I found one of them. Where is the other one? What are we doing on things? Oh, we're almost to the same number of people watching as likes. Did I put it up here? No. I feel like up here is somewhere I would have put it. Not there. I have lost some fans. The thing is, I cleaned off my workbench, like deep cleaning on my workbench, and it wasn't there. So where did I put it? Where did I put them? They would be in a... I guess a big question is, where did I find the one? Oh, is that it? Nope, that's a 30. We'll tear the place apart looking for it. Oh, what's in there? Oh, that's other fans. Those are the other fans that I suddenly found that I forgot I had last time. Oh, is that it? Hey, there it is. Found it. Sweet. This is a fantastic moment to upgrade the fans. Is there an upgrade? Okay. Let's delid it. Delid your fans. As we figured out, these just kind of pop up. Delid. The same little spot right here. Base. They can gain 2 millimeters of tool head width by delidding the fan. And when you multiply that by 6 or whatever stealth changer tool heads, I mean, that's a significant amount of space if you can gain it. Okay, now I have, what are these? Here, oh, they're out of here. These are already set up for stealth changer. That's a magnet spot. We don't need them for this, but it doesn't hurt for it to be there, so the files already have it, if anybody was wondering. Okay, delid your fans. Insert the 4010, open duct port. Also ensure the blades are aligned with the hole in the fan duct body. Everything looks good. Secure the fan with in 2x6. Do this for both. Also pay attention to the lip near the bottom of the duct body, as this will need to catch the main body. Yeah. And then in 3x8. Ensure the lower ledge of the fan duct body catches the lower edge of the main body. And use 2 and 3x8. There we go. So this little feature there, you can see it there, catches under here. Now I feel like this is the only thing. There is a zip tie spot right there. So I think I should be able to just get that zip tied right there now. Oops, not in camera. So I'll do that. Small zip tie. I'm gonna build that new 5-axis printer. I saw a thumbnail for that, but I haven't watched the video. Is that what I... Huh. I thought I had smaller zip ties. I guess not. Those are them. Okay. Is there anything else I'm plugging in here that I have to worry about these zip tie mounts, or is this just for the fans? Is this only fans? That was bad. Fan exclusive zip tie mount. This goes across and goes this little recess here on the other side, and then goes up, zip ties. So I think I will get the zip tie started here, but tighten it. Yep, those are the zip ties I thought they were. They are, occasionally one is very brittle. Bob, you're late. How dare you be late? How are you? Okay, not fully tight on that one. Too bad there isn't room to tuck the belt up against the body here. There's just no room. This surface has to go against there. So we just do that. This catches underneath. Why is that? Pushes back quite a bit on the. Why is that? It's like there's no actual room for the belts there. Nothing here has changed. Is this wire not supposed to go there? Should it go to the inside instead? It's got to go up the back. There's nowhere else for it to go. That's not ideal. I don't think that's ideal. I'll show you. Well, to be honest, cutting the belts flush would make this easier, which is a bad thing. Let's get that in place so I don't keep holding it. Okay, so what we have here is, and let me see if I get a better view on this. So what's going on is the fan wire here and the belt here is pushing the whole belt path back just a hair, which does create that angle here between the carriage and your idler on the end. Once you trim the belt, it's even harder to get the duct to push them back. Well, if I flush trim these belts, it wouldn't be in the way. This would go straight across and the wire would be fine right there. I don't know what the call is for that. When we trim the belts, we'd have to trim the belts pretty much, oops, I'm in the way, pretty much all the way back here. As it was, I was hoping I could just trim them flush with the back of the fan here, so I have some ability to grab them later still. Yeah, here, sorry. To see, I'll have to ask Hartk what he thinks. It's not much, and the actual impact is probably very little, but I also want to see here. This is all bolted in place. I wonder how perpendicular that is to the. Yeah, that is, it's chin out quite a bit. Not sure what's causing that. Yours is trimmed to the inside edge of the duct. Afraid to cut more. This can be moved much closer. And it might be a brace between the bottom of the fan ducts and the bottom of the, because if I pull on it this way, those two spots, we might be able to bring that in a little more, but I don't think we're going to be able to completely. Just noticed a cat cam. Okay, let's keep moving. So this can come across, just plug in right there. In fact, I'll just get that to tuck up in there and that'll be fine. Means we'll cut this about here. Okay, two more. These. And what is the polarity of those? Voltage is down. Hartk cooling fans are 24 volt. That plugs in like that. That goes on like that. Okay. Check the stub. Check the stub. What do you mean check the stub? Are you talking to me? You talking to me? April's home. The stub you just cut off. Oh. The problem is that's not the first word that I think of as what to call that. And it is correct. However, I think probably 95% plus are wired in this orientation, but I don't think there's an actual standard for it. Which is the frustration we had with the the Bowden board that Hartk did when we did the blue V0. But that was differing pinouts within the same board. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's gonna go back around there. Actually, we probably have enough room to utilize. So I put into this. Oh, why aren't you plugging in now? There it is. I put in on the tool head board. There was a thing over on just one side of the other one that had a slot here. I know that's blurry. This is taking the focus, but I put a slot there for a potential zip tie spot, so I'm going to use it. This is going to be the most obscured wiring, assuming I don't run into a major issue getting the extruder on there. It's going to be a very clean, kind of hidden wiring setup. Okay. So now this guy goes on here. Imagine you have a similar, just go straight back. Over there. That orange looks fantastic in that, the way it's rendering right there. Yeah, that worked out for the things out of the way, so I can push this in the rest of the way. So that's as tight as that will get. There we go. Now this guy is gonna go, it'll have to go under that. I'll do the same, I think I'll do the same zip tie thing. Or be able to go around. Probably something like that will be cleaner. So it still matches, so I just confirmed. That'll just help me give me a visual. So I got in the Jabberwocky kit, so that'll be coming. Some box turtle printer modifications. And I think I got the rest of what I need for Stealth Changer. Although I am short, I think, hot ends. So figure that out. This is going that way. So our project's an unboxing. Nice kit. What was the unboxing? The Jabberwocky? You're going to do a Mad Max build. I am working on prepping for converting my Tridex, the orange Trident, to a 2 tool changer Mad Max setup. Probably with a replaced CNC gantry from Vitali, and I don't know what else was going to be part of that build. It's going to come down around here and plug in like that. Another one of these zip tie spots here. Jabberwocky, yeah. Cool. Okay, now we get to see if the extruder is going to go on top of here. Is the extruder going to go there without really screwing everything up? So I think I'm going to be able to get away with not having to change this wire on here at all, but I need to tuck it on the inside of that. So let's see. This goes there, goes in between. Oh, that worked out pretty good. Yeah, I don't see anywhere that's causing any problems. Very cool. Ooh, that's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Let's go here. What are the screw sizes? Bowden tube and sensor Bowden tube. I'm just talking about that. We already did all of that. This is Anhead G2. M3 by 16s. I don't think M3 by 16 is for this. That's for the G2 tool head here. That is, let's see here. I think an 8. M3 by 8 is going to do just fine right there. Did I drop something? Oh yeah. Then switch to the back here. We need to undo this temporarily. Just bend this down. I'm just going to reuse this one. We're going to go into let's get a look at this. See if that's lined up. Let's loosen all these. There we go. There we go. And then we want I'm going to go with a 10 millimeter and a washer on this other side. Since we have all the threads we could want going into this brass piece, we're going to use a 10 millimeter. That can tighten down. These can tighten down. These guys can go back on here, and 3x8s will go in. I hate it when you drop fine tip tweezers all nose first on a concrete floor. I hate it when I buy, well, finding good quality fine tip tweezers. These are garbage. They say stainless. I know stainless is magnetic, but these are pretty magnetic. But they also are not, I mean, they hold a bend, which is a bad thing for tweezers. Okay. There's a indexing peg for this side. For the other side, there is a threaded into plastic mount for this other peg, and I'm gonna go do just a little thread in a little 3x6 in there. There we go. And then we're going to tuck this down there and plug the stepper in. Look at that. These two. Oh crap. They're not labeled. However, they are different pinout. So these are different pinout. One of them is the hot end fan and one of them is the RGB. If I had thought about it for more than half a second, I would have picked a different color than blue for the RGB signal wire. Probably should have picked yellow. But we can get around this. So the RGB has a signal wire on the end. The hot end fan has the tack wire in the middle. So RGB, that seems like I've got that. I guess we'll just tuck it up out of the way. There, oops. Okay. Green is usually used, okay. I did see the breacher. I didn't look at it closely though. Because I'm not a avid blaster user, I haven't paid a lot of attention to the blasters that don't use the half darts. And I think the breacher uses full length or something else. Is that right? That is pretty darn clean. Although we're not done. I need to hook up the PZ. I'm going to figure out what its routing is, but nothing goes across the board. Nothing travels across. Everything's wrapping in from the side. Oh, it can use everything. Okay. I'll have to look at it closer then. Oops, that's not the button I wanted. That one. So probe is going to go here. I never heard any or didn't see any answer on whether there are any issues I may have with using the probe port for my end stop. Did I miss anything? Did anybody notice? Anybody mentioning anything to look up? I have to look at the breacher. The garage door is about due for another hole. What was I looking at? What was I thinking just a second ago? Oh yeah, we need to put, is it mentioned here? No. That's all that. So if we go back to the CAD. Sneak in, all right. Oh, it's not there. But we can probably get a good approximate, oops, shoot. Back to the CAD. We're zoomed in on the tool head. I want to know what that hole, what that fastener is. There to, it's got to be somewhere around there. Is that just a 20 millimeter going through there? So many other parts. Here, let's get in here and look closer. Actually, let's open up the anti assembly. Hey, Bonded more. Okay, that's a little easier to see. I'm just going to hide a bunch of stuff. How many things are there of that? Why aren't you hiding? There we go. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay, so what we're looking for is the distance from here to here. Of course it's an angle. I get how this happens. and it happens to me as well. This is one of the most frustrating things about working in CAD and then modifying files, is that if things aren't perfectly aligned, then it's hard to measure. We can get a good estimate here by instead going from a point over here to approximately a point over here, and that's 20 millimeters. So I think we need a 25 millimeter screw in here, which will take it through into the heat set it has to go into on the other side of that surface. So I'm gonna grab a 25 millimeter button head. If you create an offset plane, the plane is on the same, it's parallel to the to what you're trying to measure, so it doesn't help. So now what I need to do is get this screw up through the middle of all those wires. Would have been a good idea to do this earlier, but I don't think we could have, because we have to assemble most of this after the fact. We could have put the screw in there though. So what I'm doing is being very careful and making sure that I don't catch any wires. I can see through the side here. I can see where I'm threading in. Go. Here, a crack, back off an eighth of a turn. Okay. There we go. Hero shot. Whew. Not gonna lie, I thought we were gonna get way further than this today. We're not actually done. I need to wire up that the PZ board. I'm going to take that along this, along the same path as this, and it is going to go across, but I'll do it underneath these and it'll plug in over here. So let's do that now. That looks really good though. That looks really good. What were these? Were these SH or? It's too many pins. It's this one. Actually, I can look at it from here. Yep, it's that one. It's SH. So SH, it's SH. Okay, we're not going to use this, but we need the pin out. So it's actually written on the board, itty bitty wires. Or itty bitty letters. The LDO docs say ZH. the LDO ducts, but this is the... Are you talking about USB port? I'm talking about the E3D Revo PZ connector. Ooh, my stomach's growling. Good thing we're almost done. Help Center. Revo. Oh, nope, nope, nope. They got a new section. We used to have to go to Revo. There's a PZ probe support now. It doesn't really matter which one we go to, but... Why? That doesn't immediately have the pin out. What is going on? It's just the first three connectors is all we need, but this is kind of annoying that it does not have I guess that's 5 volts ground and signal. Oh, it's that's my confusion. This is not straight through. It flips. Signal is there, but it flips. So it's ground, 5 volts, and signal. Okay. Got a connector, and then we probably have... Nope, that one's not going to work. That is easy to miss. There's a wire, but it's not. You can use one of those. It's another one that's that length, so we'll use a fresh one. I think we'll just... I'm not gonna use red. I mean blue, I'm gonna use green. No, I'm gonna use white. I haven't used white, and white's gonna be a little less obvious. It's the only wire, only non-red or black wire coming out around the side of the printer here, so I'm gonna go there, and there. So now that I have those, I come here, let's see, this plugs in. It's gonna be like that. I don't have my phone out here either. I cannot actually see exactly what that says. Maybe I can see it on a different board. Okay, that is correct. Okay, so ground, top one. These things are so tiny. bolts. And then signal. So now this is going to plug in here. I'm going to bring it around. I wonder if I can bring it through here. That's probably a bad idea. Yeah, that's a bad idea, and it doesn't look all that great. See you, Neil. Thanks for hanging out for so long. It's been nearly 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm just gonna tuck it next to there, and then it'll go straight down to that zip tie, and that'll be clean. Tuck it next to there, straight down to that zip tie, and then it's gonna go under all these wires into that right there. Okay. And it's 3-pin. 1, 2, 3. These are so flexible. I'm not going to worry too much about orientation here. It's all going to get twisted around anyway. It. Okay. Well, that's felt like it did weird, but it didn't break. It did. It just must have caught weird on the thing that made it feel weird. Okay. Now, Nighthawk probe wiring, it's ground, goes there. It's ground to the top probe, so top wire is ground, signal in the middle, and then 5 volts at the bottom. And wire is hard to push all the way in. Okay. Try, see if it'll take a twist. And we gotta pull this zip tie. There, and then I want to unplug these. Oh, come on. See, they just bend. There's no. There we go. So come under here. Use those to hold it. There. This will come up there. There. Whew. Hi, Super Andrew Cool Videos. Welcome. We are wrapping up the install of this ant head on the Micron. See, these things. I bought these mostly just to have near the printers for grabbing filament ooze, but they're not great. They were cheap though, too. Okay, that is pretty darn clean. I'm gonna put a zip tie under here, which is going to force that wire to stay up. Maybe I'll do that right now. But I think that's the only extra zip tie I feel like I need. So we throw this here. we go. I don't think I've had a tool head wiring job go that clean. I'm pretty pleased with this. I'm not thrilled that it's right there out front, but it's not too bad. And I can get to the adjustment button. There we go, focus. There we are. And we can see the LEDs, the status LEDs, very well. Very happy with it. There is a bracket we still need to put back here that'll go from there, those points to down here. But yeah. And how my parts to you, and I'll do the wiring for you. I've had a very dry throat today, so I keep having to clear it. Awesome. Like I said, not quite as much progress as I really wanted to make, but that was pretty good. Next weekend, we will have to finish up the wiring and probably get all the skirts on, and now we're all set up to put the umbilical wire on. Where is that? Where did I put that? It's over here. So this will plug in, and zip ties will hold that in place. And then this will just come over to the gantry and then through a cable chain. So this will come over here, and there's a piece here, and then there's a printable split PG7. Now this is just TPU 95, but I've been trying to print it in the rebound nylon because it's a pretty firm TPU. I don't have the attempts over here. I think I threw them away. It's spaghetti. I can't get it to stick for some reason for the tiny surfaces it needs to stick. But I'm gonna try that or the but this will hopefully thread in here when it's done. And this goes back here, is that right? Yeah, and then the cable chain mounts to this and goes this way. Is that an orbiter based extruder? Yes, the mounting point, well, you use the orbiter main body parts. The mount spacing and the filament path matches orbiter. This is the BMG, they call it mandible. So it's just the regular BMG guts, which is what I used on my original Micron, so I'm reusing them here. Is the Nighthawk USB cable chain rated? It's supposed to be, yes. And it is quite it's a nicely flexible, it's a nice cable. It seems good quality. LDO has done a good job of selecting their cables. It's very similar feeling to the 3DO stuff, I think. I've had some 3DO stuff, but I haven't checked any of their newer stuff either. I'm just routing this through here just because for fun. There we go. So that'll do something like that. basically have this as small as we can get over there. And then if you didn't see it last week, I guess I'll show it to you next week. Nope, there it is. The PTFE path will be through this piece right back here. Cool. So I can print a body that uses orbiter gears. You can use an orbiter on top of here. You can use an orbiter on here, just the orbiter. Okay, 5.5 hours, that's a good stream. Like I said, I would have liked to have made more progress, but this is good. This is done. Completely wired, very clean. We will continue this next week. There is a good possibility, but not for sure yet, that I'll do the member stream this Saturday. But it depends on if I feel like I'm ready for it or not. I have a gear set, but no body. Oh, you'd have to look for orbiter stuff then. I'm not quite sure, Havoc. So, with that, huge thanks to LDO and Polymaker for letting me do the giveaways today. And thanks for everybody for hanging out for 5.5 hours. Have a good rest of the week. We'll see you next time and enjoy the build. Bye. Tool head angle. I don't know. I'll look at that, Tuxedo. I'm not sure. I need to chat with Hartk and see what he thinks. And see if adding the braces on the bottom pull it back into line. Bye.